help. But
I am.
That's
Yeah, I am. And I'm actually dating somebody who recently had a big loss. So we kind of understand one another and are supporting each other through it. So that's been really helpful.
Loss is an interesting thing. I came to a conclusion when I was an adolescent that the main value of our first love is how we handle losing it. So we deal with that, and there are ways in terms of the occult tradition and esoteric lore, because it's all about balance. And this is why I like that I got the card here that shows that your life is a bit out of balance now. Why not? You've had losses, but that balance will be returned. And that's very good. With some people, I've read cards and said, you better get to some help professionally fast because you're not getting any better. But I see that balance, the restoration of balance, is in your cards. Okay. Now, here's a hint for it. The card I have now is the Three of Cups. That is about achieving what you need through friends and other people. So that's good. The socializing is good. That's something I need to do a little more of, a little better. I'm not very social. I mean, my wife and I spent 20 years running a newspaper. You don't make friends doing that. So, but we do have some friends scattered around the country. But you will get what you want, and you will get what you need, and you'll do it with the aid of close people around you and friends. But you're headed on a really good path. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I've got to run. I want to see if I can get one more call in before the end, which is climbing up on us real fast. But
okay, thanks so much, Elliot.
Well, it's been great talking to you. It's helped me sort a few things out in my mind also. So this is a two-way street, right? We work with each other.
Of course it is. Thank you for the opportunity.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And Danielle in Melbourne is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, how are things in Australia?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How's Australia today?
Yeah, very hot. Very hot. I'm just waiting for the kids to pick up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're heading into summer there, right?
Yeah. I'm in the country, so it's a bit warmer than the city of Melbourne, but it's beautiful.
So what can I look at for you? I would say tonight, but over there in the daytime.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty open to anything, really, in general. I've had a few major life changes, and so I just wanted to see what's coming or what I need, any advice.
Well, I'll tell you that I see the Hermit card is here, and that tells me that you're going to have somebody who will be like a mentor, who is going to help you through whatever you're going through now. If you feel that you need some help with things, it looks like there's going to be the appearance of somebody who will help guide you to get to where you want to be. The Six of Coins is here, which is a nice card. That's about getting money. It's a card of philanthropy. Right. If you're starting a business, let's say, that means you'll be able to find backers. The High Priestess is here. That's kind of a piece with the Hermit card. The High Priestess tells me that you have great insight and spiritual powers, and that you can see behind the veil. And now this time of year, the veil between this world and the next is very thin, hence things like Halloween, So I think you're going to be okay. But the World card is here. That's assured success. There's changes in your life, and for the better. The Ten of Swords is here. I had that earlier. That means there was some troubles and some bad things happened, but it's over. The bad times are done. And here's the page. And the Page of Cups is here, which is a card I had explained it to someone earlier, is about the appearance of a relationship and romance and happiness. And if you're in a relationship, it means it'll reach a new level. But that's pretty good.
I've been single a very long time. So,
I'm ready.
Ace of... Yeah, I know you are. Here's the Ace of Cups. It's the same thing. And the Ace of Coins. That's telling me all these cards are significant in that you're going to have money and romance coming your way, which is pretty good. I mean, there's worse things to happen in life, but that's coming.
Absolutely.
You're about to do you feel it? You're about to enter a new phase of life.
Yeah, I'm feeling something's coming.
Yes.
I'm a single mum, so it's been quite a tough 10 years. We've had a lot of changes, and I just feel that everything's finally coming into place.
Well,
so
the card here I've got signifies the end of one period in life and the beginning of another, with a sunrise and a sunset, and that's pretty good. And here's the sun. The card is of health and healing and growth and happiness. You're headed for a very, very, very good period of life.
Great. That sounds amazing. That sounds so good. I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. Here's something important. Keep this in mind, because things fluctuate. This is the card called the Fool. The Fool. Now that doesn't mean you're a nitwit. The Fool is the person who's the beloved of God. The card of the Fool, had there been any negative cards in that reading, it would have eliminated the negativity. This means that you have great spiritual guardians watching over you, so you will be fine. Yeah, you're getting where you want to be. And here's the Lover's card. So things are coming along for you. What you want, you're going to get. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is about happiness and fulfillment and having so many good things in life that there's even a warning that people will be jealous. And here's the Judgment card, which the Judgment card refers to an awakening, a new life. So that's two cards I see indicating that strongly that a new phase of life is starting for you. And here's Eight of Rods, which means it's happening now. So things are changing.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to say they're going to change. They are changing now, and for the better.
Yeah.
I hope that. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I've got to run. I've only got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much, Elliot.
My pleasure. I hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, what is he talking about? Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the deep mysteries of life. I'm talking about the magical window, which lets us see into the future, lets us see what's happening, what the influences in our lives are. If you want to learn how to do this yourself, I recommend strongly my book called, believe it or not, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It comes with a CD that has actual readings that I've done for people. You can hear points of the book illustrated, so keep that in mind also. You can get that at Amazon. It's a signed edition. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And you can do this too. There was a time when almost everybody knew how to do this. And then, we lost touch with this and we started to fall in love with our machines, and that was that. But the spiritual side, we neglected at our own loss. Dare I say, our own risk, because there's so much to learn and there's so much guidance to be achieved. So the books I mentioned tonight are Reverend Elliot Explains It All, Unmasking Fear, and Reverend Elliot's Magical Window if you want to learn tarot reading yourself. And then you can not have to call me at all, and you can put me out of business, and you can start your own tarot service and drive me out of the house and into the gutter. You want to do that? Fine. That's the thanks I get for 10 years of doing this show. Right. So don't forget, I got to go. We're up against it now. So just, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. I'll see you here next week. Bye-bye now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi there, it's Eleanor Grace here from London in the UK. We had a few technical issues, so I'm a little bit later than I would ordinarily be, but welcome to my Psychic Destiny show. And how are you? It's snowing over here in the UK, just a little weather report for you. So all of those of you enjoying the lovely sunshine in the US, I am very, very jealous. There we are. I'm ready now to take some of your calls, and we can look at live readings, and we can connect, can't we, using cards? I've got a few of my tarot cards here, and we have also got a variety of crystal balls, which I always use and allow for you to be able to have a look. I'll show you this one here. This one is a honey crystal. It's very special. It's citrine. It's full of magic, this crystal ball. And I use this for my magic wishes and a sense of destiny as well, which is coming into your lives. And this, I think, is important for everybody to think about, because it's what you are thinking about mostly. Your cosmic orders, your intentions, setting those, looking at your wishes as well. I'm wondering for you just exactly where your life is headed. Which pathway are you going to travel out on? Where to next? What's going to happen to your life right now? And who is it that is loving you the most? And that should be the partner that is around you, the person that holds your hand, that helps you every day and sorts out problems, allows you to talk, to chat. And this is what we're going to be looking for in the readings on today's Psychic Destiny show. Now, you can get hold of me on my website, GraceDestiny.com. You will also see me on my TikTok as well, which is EleanorGraceDestiny.com. And you will find me on Instagram and Facebook on Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings in the UK. We organise lots of different events in London and in the north of the UK, in the middle of the UK as well. And those events are very popular, where people come to see me and my colleagues for face-to-face personal readings. But I feel everybody is fascinated and amazed with the connections that we can make to you guys across the world in America and also Canada, but equally in Australia, in Europe, and the Asian continents too. So we don't need to be next to each other, but we use these particular tools like the crystal ball, like the cards too, which help us to connect. And once we have that connection, it's a psychic one. It's telepathic. It allows us to see who is with us, perhaps from spirit, and who is going to be coming into our lives next. So I do have a caller on the line. Hello there. How are you?
Honey, I'm doing good. How about you?
Yes, not bad here at all. Okay, so I'm going to just ask you now to focus, if you can, onto your situation, whatever is around you here in your life. I'm going to just select a couple of cards. We'll take these randomly from any direction. Let me just see what this one is here. Okay, so this one here is telling me and you that there's a lot of work to be done, but you're overcoming a lot of obstacles, you're getting rid of fears, and you're enjoying the journey at the moment of really rediscovering a love and affection and a sense of romance in your life. And this is a rediscovery. So it's not necessarily about meeting somebody new for the first time, but it's more likely to be for you that you will rediscover and rekindle emotions and feelings that maybe have been lost for a little while. So it feels to me as though you've had this lapse of affection and that it's all been hard work, it's all been not enough time to consider your feelings, not enough time to consider each other in your partnership, and maybe now feeling that you need to rediscover that, to find that time and that space again. I also have a boy around you. Is that true? Do you have a son, and is that how you've been feeling?
I do have a son.
So in your relationship, have you felt as though it's been a bit out of harmony and that you need to rediscover that? Is that something that you're thinking about at this time?
No, not really.
So you're quite happy in your relationship, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. There is a rediscovery, and it may not be your partner. It could be a family member. It could be the son that I've talked about. But there is an element here that I cannot get past, which is you rediscovering harmony and being able to put that into very good practice in the near future. You've also drawn here this card, which is a money card here. And this is about your own prosperity and how you are taking one step at a time at the moment and overcoming the obstacles that are there. With the first card that I drew for you, this is about love being thrown towards you. So the arrows of love are here, but it has reached a time where it's only been proportionate in comparison to the amount of success that's in your life. So if the two of you have had an abundant time where you've enjoyed lots of success recently, then your feelings will overflow. They will be comparative to that success. However, if it's been the opposite, then you will be rediscovering that love that you have at the center of your union. There is also here, you might want to listen back to the tape again, have a listen to that again, because it is a complex situation that you're in, I feel. And this is a time where your paths are really being recreated. There's two ways forward. I can see a path to the left, one to the right, and this is coming through in your crystal as well, which we have here. And this is about prosperity and success, and that's in a partnership, and you will be finding your feet again. So everything is beginning to start to look very, very bright for you, particularly with the honey shade here that is in the crystal ball. So it's important and even more imperative here that you take heed and you start to believe in where you're going to next. You're also missing a person as well. In fact, there are three different spirit sources, spirit around you, and these are fairly recent losses. I have two ladies, one man who is standing almost by you, by your home, by your gate. But is there a gate by your home? There's a gateway that I'm being shown in your crystal ball here. What does that mean to you?
I'm not sure. It could mean a couple of things. I'm not really sure. I'm going to have to think about that.
Do you have a gate around your home? Is there an entrance to your home?
No.
Door, which is, you don't have a gate?
No, I do. Come to think of it, I do.
You do have a gate, okay. That's what I'm being shown here. And by the gate, I've got two ladies who have passed over and a man who has also passed over. Now, the two ladies are separate. They're not related. They're not, joined at all, but their soul family is joined. And the man and the woman are together. I do feel that one of these ladies is very, very much a relative, your mother, or there's an auntie as well. There's an aunt that I have, and also like a godmother. I feel as though you've been cherished and looked after in spirit for a long time, and that your prayers, even though you haven't really made too many of them, they are being answered, and your son in particular is being protected, so he's being helped a lot. Does that make sense to you? Does your son need that support from spirit, do you feel?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Did he give up? I have that sense that he just sort of gave up. I've got my eyes that are very watery here, because I feel that the spirit that want to be with you, that are at the gate of your home, are really trying to give you great big hugs. And, it seems as though you're not, you're not resistant, but I feel as though you don't really quite know what to do. Do you talk to your mother because she comes into your dreams, and then there's this auntie there, and I feel it's an auntie, an uncle, and a mother. Are they all in spirit? Can you tell me that? And then we can try and piece things together. I also want to give you Peter as well. That's an important
I
name.
appreciate that. No, my mother and my grandmother, there's not an aunt, there's not an uncle, but my mother and my grandmother, we're all very spiritual. We all still talk, even though they're gone. And I'm very psychic as well, and I help others as well. So
who is Peter to you then?
No, I don't know a Peter.
You don't have a Peter in spirit?
No.
Okay. What's your son's name?
Jamie.
Okay. Well, I feel that Peter somewhere is connected to him, either from spirit or as we're walking through this land. And because you're psychic yourself, you should be able to connect to the spirit that I'm seeing here, that want to collect at your gate and actually want to speak to you. So the two ladies and the one man are very, very vocal and want to hug you. So I do know that your son needs that. He needs that upliftment. And also you've got to start again in a partnership, because you're forking past, you're going in two different directions here. And that, I feel, is like a reunion, reasserting affection for each other. And you have the card there that actually tells me exactly that. Now, very soon you will get strong messages from spirit. Now, these may come to you yourself, and you may actually feel those in your dreams yourself. But this is why you are being sort of singled out here and asked particularly to look for signs and look for clues. Peter is going to be around you in your life. You'll let me know when that happens. And please, please do have another listen to this video and have another look at the video recording, because you will understand some of the things that I've said. So it's been a pleasure speaking to you, and thank you very much for coming in on the show. I'm wishing you well, and I hope that the pathway of reunion and reasserting your affection and your feelings is going to be massively successful. And I do wish that your son recovers from his particular crisis at this time, and I know the spirit are lifting him up. So I'm now moving to my next caller, who is Deborah. Hello there, Deborah. How are you today?
Hello, how are you? I'm well,
good.
Thank you. And yourself?
Yeah, just recovering from, the old winter cold and losing my voice over the last couple of days. But apart from that, I'm absolutely marvellous. Okay.
Good. I'm glad to hear it, and I'm glad you're feeling better.
I know. Let me take a couple of cards here, Deborah, for you. You've got a lovely energy around you, and I feel that this is very much your time. You've got the Queen of Pentacles here, which is a card which really does show you that now you're coming into your own. It's empowering, and it's wonderful to see. The next card that I have drawn for you as I'm sitting here is one of the Lovers, which just means that, Deborah, you've got a few choices around you, but I feel that there's going to be a union, a love match, but this is not so much directed to you. There's either an engagement or a celebration of a union, a wedding.
That's my middle daughter. She's been with her boyfriend for quite a while. He's absolutely the most wonderful person, and we are all taking bets on when they're going to get engaged.
Yes, well, this is it. It's coming imminently. So I feel that any time now you will
We're
have
thinking
a surprise.
Christmas or New Year's, maybe.
I think maybe before, a little bit before. So yeah, watch out in the next couple of weeks. I feel as though there is something. I don't feel that he wants it to be a Christmas thing. I think he wants it to be a special standalone moment because he's got something very special planned. And
he always does. He's quite a guy. We love him.
Yeah, and he loves you back, actually. He really rates your family. He feels that all of you are wonderful people and that you have celebrated him and brought him very much into the fold, into your world, which is amazing.
My oldest son got married, and they actually put him in the wedding pictures because we just knew that he was a permanent fixture with us. And he wouldn't have done that if he didn't think so. So that's very nice to confirm. I like that.
Well, it is. It's a really powerful confirmation. Let's take the crystal as well so that we're looking at both of these factors together. And the crystal here is really giving you prosperity. So I feel that crossing your path now, because you've got pentacles everywhere, it's money everywhere, and we have a prosperous crystal ball, there is going to be a big uplift in your finances. So is there a business? Are you in a business? Is there a family business?
Well, no. Here's a little something. I have an older brother who's 13 years older than me. He's 76. Right. His wife passed away about a year ago, and they never had any children. She had some female problems that prevented them from kids. Yeah. He did very, very well, and he has a lot of money. The only thing that worries about me is he made me the executrix of his estate. If I do get money soon, I'm just hoping it's not due to his demise. He did ask me, he did invite me to come out and visit him in California. He's going to pay for my trip. So I'm kind of wondering if I'm going to get anything then before his passing.
You will do, because this is what I'm saying. Prosperity is crossing your path. There's money that is going to be made available to you, but there's no demise of anybody for you to get that.
So
good.
I'd rather have my brother alive and be poor than have money and have him gone. I mean,
Well,
so
the sun is shining around you. Yeah, it's shining around you. And who is Linda? I'm going to give you Linda. She seems to be an important person, maybe a solicitor, a legal person that I've got that's going to help you, a person that will help you a lot. Watch for that name. It is an important step for you, and a time that you can realize a good few more of your particular dreams. So the money that you are about to sort of have and hold is like this little crystal ball here. It's like a little sun that you're holding in the palm of your hand, just like this here. And it will be in your gift to be able to distribute these funds, and it's not going to be a difficult task because I feel that your brother here is going to help you do that. I think he's got ideas as to what he would like to see happen to his money, and I think he wants you, being a fair-minded person, he's chosen you for that reason because you're a fair-minded person, and he does respect that in you. He doesn't want his money to go to animals either. Has he told you that? He doesn't want it to go to sort of land or animals. He wants it to be for some particular purpose, and I feel that that's why he wants you to go to see him, to visit him.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Howie Elise Show with Howie Elise. Howie Elise. Live from HowieElise.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Howie Elise Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. As always, I am delighted and excited to be here with you. We have a full moon just around the corner here. I'm not even sure. I have to take a look at the sky, but I believe it's either this evening or tomorrow. You're familiar with the idea that the full moon energies are felt 3 days before, as well as on the actual full moon. You like that? All of a sudden it's Asian. Full moon, not full moon. Seriously, though, the full moon's energies are felt 3 days before on the day itself, as well as 3 days after. I've mentioned this before, however, if you've forgotten, it is a great opportunity, a great time for you to put your energies forth, to create things filled with abundance, to put forth energy for love. Now, there's a little debate over new moon versus full moon. However, there are certain rituals that are done on the new moon and certain on the full moon. It's simply a matter of what your intention is and what you'd like to accomplish. You can always Google, believe it or not, whatever the ceremony or the ritual is that you'd like to do, and just say, hey, Google, can I do this on full moon or new moon? And you'll get your information. For me, typically, new moon is about new beginnings. New moon is about things such as getting your hair cut. Now, that sounds funny, but seriously, it's advised not to get your hair cut on full moon, but new moon or new beginnings. How fun is that? Something to think about. I see we have Melissa from Pittsburgh, PA calling in. Hello, Pittsburgh. I have a friend there. How are you, Melissa?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Are you a little chilled in PA? I've been traveling a little and found that the northern states right now are definitely a little chillier than Florida. And Florida is getting or expecting a cold breeze coming through soon as well.
Yeah, it's a little colder right now. It's like, it's like in the lower 30s at nighttime. So it's cold. It's rainy all day today.
Yeah, it's that moist cold that gets your bones.
Yeah, I don't like the cold. I sleep with the heater on all night long.
See, I like the cold, and when I had a home up north, I would have the air open when it was like 20, 30 degrees out with the heater on. Because there's something.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, don't like
right?
the quarter.
Did you have a specific question you wanted to address this evening?
I was trying to see if I was able to maybe connect with my dad. I don't know if I was able to do that at all.
Okay, so just to clarify, I'm not specifically a medium. I work with clairaudience, clairvoyance, clairsentience, bit of telepathy, and occasionally I do hear from the other side, but it's usually more in terms of a feeling or a sensation or a message, different from friends who are mediums who say, oh, I see Grandpa there and he's wearing a nice gray chapeau. So as long as you're aware of that, I will do my best to connect. Let me see if there's anything specific comes in.
Okay.
The only thing that popped in immediately, and it's interesting, more of a shape, believe it or not. Okay, let me try to put this into words. There's a term here that is eluding me, but it feels almost as if it has to do with someone who would have been associated with the water in some capacity. So my mind goes to either a boater or somebody who was dealing with Marines, or even perhaps helping children with puzzles that had to do with something with water. Does any of this make sense to you?
Not, you said with water?
Not water as in swimming pool, but ocean, fishing, boating, connection with water as far as service. So I'm wondering who it is I'm sensing if it's not your dad. And I keep seeing shapes in my mind's eye. So there's like a half circle with a flat part on top, and it's a green. And then I see half circles that are hollow, a yellow, a white, and I am trying to explain this, and all I'm seeing is shapes. So the best way that I can articulate what I'm seeing is if this feeling, sensation is not connected to your dad, it's probably connected to someone else in the family, perhaps a generation or two earlier than your father. So that could be like a...
Yeah, because I'm not really sure. It doesn't... Yeah, I can't think of anything. I'm
just trying to explain what I'm seeing here. The best way that I can articulate this is to say it's almost as if there's puzzle pieces in my head, which I know sounds very abstract. I will simply say that when we're off the phone, contemplate a little bit as far as what those images might have meant to either your dad or, again, going one or two generations back. If you have any pictures that are older from like great-grandparents' time, if not, perhaps there's somebody that you could check with. I would even say...
I know my mom, she has a lot of pictures of, my dad and stuff. Because he's been gone for 2 years now. She has a lot of his pictures.
So this would not be late, meaning this would not have been right before he left us, but this would have been earlier on that this keeps coming into play.
Yeah, she has a lot of his older pictures, even of them and stuff. From when they were younger, and
she would probably be the best one to ask about what I keep seeing. Again, the shape is like a half moon, a half circle, like rings. And again, I'm getting like green, yellow, and white specifically. So when you have a moment, check with her on that. And because I just got chills. Usually chills for me means major confirmation, like chill up my back, hair standing on end. There's something to this, but I'm not getting a specific message, let's say, from your dad to you.
I'm wearing moons and stars on my my nightgown.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said I'm wearing stars and moons on my nightgown right now.
Sorry, nightgown. Well, those are definitely shapes. But nice colors. I'm not feeling like that's what
funny.
you wear.
No, I know that was funny. When I looked down, I was like, "That's what I'm wearing on my nightgown."
Okay. Well, it could be then just confirmation that you are being seen. And I know that sounds very abstract, and I apologize. Sometimes they get very, very specifics, and other times it is a little bit abstract. But as I said, I would check with your mom about the colors that I shared and the idea of shapes, as specifically like half moon, with flat end on top, curve underneath, and half circles or half rings. Goodness, a quarter circle, a half circle, a third. I just keep seeing rings of color. Sorry, I wish I could give you more than that in respect to your dad. The only thing that I get with dad specifically is right side, some discomfort when he was here. Just like almost a heaviness connected to him before he left this world, specifically on the right side. So really everything that I keep coming back to is male energy, more than one generation. Again, check with your mom, honey, because I keep feeling like there is something there. And when she's able to say, oh, well, that means this, or it's connected to, it's simply confirmation that your dad acknowledges you.
Okay.
And
yeah.
Subject for just 1 minute. Take care of your voice, your throat. I get very sensitive to irritation as far as throat, as far as communication, overall throat, neck. I'm going to just say that whole area sensitivity. So be mindful of doing your best to communicate when you're supposed to. So in other words, don't hold back when you're supposed to say something. Don't think, oh, but I shouldn't because. No, allow yourself to speak. It feels as if it's very important. All right, my friend?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much for calling. Take good care.
All right, thank you. Have a good night. Okay, bye-bye.
Now, I believe there was Melissa waiting on the line. Is that correct? Yeah, I'm so sorry. Hi, Maria. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, actually. I like the cool weather, so I'm a happy camper. Did you have a specific question that you wanted to address this evening?
More of if you see anything in my future that's coming up, I don't know, maybe finances or love, or because I just saw you before with I know you're not in mediumship, which is fine because I've done that before. But for me, I've seen psychics before, and some of them were spot on. So I'm just wondering if you basically see anything for me in the future, what's coming up.
So immediately when you started to say the word future, I heard 3 months, which means you have to have a little patience. So it feels like in respect to finances, you are going to start seeing a change within 3 months. And I say within, meaning it could be as soon as tomorrow. Unlikely that it's that fast, but it could be. It's within this period of time. So we're in November, December, January, February. Figure between now and end of February, you should see a nice little shift as far as your finances. But with that, I will say, I get the sense that you have to be more mindful with how you are managing them. So when the money starts to come in, don't go, yay, I'm doing a happy dance, I'm going out and partying. Instead, take a small percent for yourself to enjoy, but put the rest where it needs to go for now. So the idea is to kind of like support yourself, if you will, reward yourself for the money coming in. You know, the idea is pay yourself first, but think small percent, at least for now. And this would be when it comes in between now and February. And then I would say by the time September, October rolls around in 2025, then you can start taking more money for yourself. I feel like you'll be in the position that you can play a little bit more. At that point, if you want to do a little traveling, it will be much easier to do. So for instance, if there's a trip out of the country, saying, oh, I really want to do it, but it'll be, oh, I have the deposit. I can go ahead and put this down. I can start doing these things. But I'm going to backtrack to what I said a moment ago, which is be mindful initially when money starts to come in a little better, that you don't go hog wild right away. Take a small percent, knowing that by the time September, October rolls around, you can take more for yourself. That said,
yeah, because I do work for myself right now, so it's funny that you say that, pay myself a little bit. So I've been self-employed for quite some time now, and it's starting to get better. But I wanted to see if it was going to get a little bit more better.
It's going to continue to get better and better, and a big part of this is your creativity. Don't try to stifle that, because I get the sense that there are some folks around you that are kind of like, well, you should be more practical. Well, you should have more structure. No, your creativity serves you in so many ways. You don't want to say, oh, well, maybe I need to start doing things totally different. No, the only thing that you need to really be mindful of is taking that percent for yourself and then taking a look at what is, all kidding aside, necessities, but in order. And when I say that,
right.
what I'm referring to is, let's say, rent and electric would be necessities that you have to take care of first, where buying groceries, well, you can splurge a little. You could get that ice cream, or you could get that pasta, or whatever that extra was. But it wouldn't be at the top of the list. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, I am. I am following. Yeah, because I want to go on vacation, but I know it's not something that, I can probably afford to do right now. But I'm just hesitating right now because there's other stuff, there's bills that need to be paid and all that. So I feel it's coming, but at the same time, I guess I kind of want recognition that maybe I'm not wrong and it is there around the corner.
Not wrong. And again, between now and February, it's going to start to shift for you. Though keep in mind, that's not the moment to take off and spend. Continue to take small percentages until September, October rolls around. And again, I'm going to reiterate, that's going to be the time where you can go, yay, I can start doing these things that I want to do. In the interim, I feel like there is additional idea to work with that you've had on the back burner. Start working with it. Stop leaving it on the back burner. It goes back to your being creative. It goes back to you allowing yourself to think more expansively. Because right now, and I'm going to go all the way back to 2023, I feel like there's been this inner debate as to how you should handle things and what's the best, we'll say, format. Be okay with being abstract. You don't have to fit neatly in a box. And other things that you've contemplated, it's okay to start doing those slowly. I'm not suggesting you take your mainstay and say, put it on the side. I'm simply saying, add to it. Start thinking about those other things. You have one in particular, though, that I feel like has been back here that you've been like, well, it's not the right time. Well, maybe I shouldn't. It is actually the right time. And I will say again, between now and February, and go as far as from now to April, that's going to be a real creative cycle, or is a real creative cycle for you, where you can expand in a lot of different directions. The other thing here is stop telling immediate family and friends what you do. Not that you should keep things a secret. However, they're not giving you the level of support that you need. Instead, think in terms of going online and finding people that are like-minded, whether that's Facebook or LinkedIn, or it's a meetup. But give yourself the opportunity to start sharing what you do with people that are going to go, wow, thank you. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you're sharing. Versus, oh, that's nice, honey. Maybe you'll get there.
Yeah, I agree. And what about one last question? What about, because I mentioned it a little bit before, what about, like, what did you see for me in love, like in a relationship, or because I've been, going back and forth. So I'm just wondering if I'll finally, get there.
The thing with this is you've had somebody in your heart for a long time. And I really want to say that if you wait 5 more minutes, everything's going to go ta-da. Unfortunately, that's not what I'm feeling. I feel like if you keep waiting, you keep having more of the same. It's almost like playing tennis. You know, you hit the ball, you hit the ball, you hit the ball, you keep going back and forth until somebody drops the ball. There is genuine feeling there. There is a sweetness there. What's not there on the other side is commitment at the level that you need it. And I feel like as you start to grow with your business, it really feels so strong that your attention should be more on not just what your needs are as far as physically, financially, but physically and emotionally. That this individual, lovely person, just not stepping up to the plate in the way that you need them to, hon. And I feel like, oh goodness, you're going to have to make a decision here about if you want to come first or not. Because my heart says if you get clear with that, then by the end of this year, you say thank you to this person. I'll always care about you. However, I'm moving forward. And then you open the door for someone else to come in who is ready to be with you on the same level at the same time. Because it keeps feeling like you've just been doing this dance with this individual for a while. And it seems like, oh, yay. And then all of a sudden it's not. And 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. Would you say that's accurate? Did I lose you? Okay.
No, I'm here. It's pretty accurate what you're saying.
Okay. Bottom line, I know you want to be happy. I know you want your heart to be joyful. I know you want to have that loving long-term relationship. It's just difficult for this individual to give you what you want.
Right.
Just be clear. I'm not saying you have to do what I'm telling you to do. I am just simply saying have the awareness to see truth for yourself. And if you can do that, then again, by the end of the year, it feels as if you're able to look and say, okay, I'm going to take the leap. I'm going to make a change. If you do that, then 2025 is the year that you have what you want for longevity, though it's with someone else coming in.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Just so you know, the other person's name has an S in it, so it's got that sound. I get a whole bunch of names. I'm going to say it starts with the S sound. And funny enough, as I say that, I also see the letter C. So for instance, in French, the C sometimes sounds like an S. So for instance, tuna, I think is called Niçoise, is a C-O-I-S, but it's that schwa sound. That sounds like the S. Oh my God.
Okay.
Trying to explain this so this makes sense. Just remember S sound. I think that might be the easiest way to say this. Their name is connected to the S sound. And that means it either is at the beginning of their name or it is so pronounced in their name, you will remember it as soon as you hear it.
So I didn't hear you very well at the beginning. Are you talking about what's coming in the future or what's going on now with the name?
No, what's coming into the future if you allow yourself to make a change by the end of the year with what's going on now.
Okay, so that's, you're kind of seeing like I'll have to obviously listen back to the video because like I said, that I'm on the phone, it's a little bit not quite clear, but so I understood you said the S, and it's bizarre because I am French as well. So okay, so that's what you see for 2025 probably with that saying.
It comes down to you being able to make that jump, being able to make that change. I never feel like it's my place to say you absolutely have to do something. Ultimately, it's up to you. So I see that if you do make a change, you do have this other individual coming in for you.
Okay. Yeah, so at the end of the day, of course, like anything, it's basically our choice to make. But you do see, like, just say if I do decide to make that choice, you can kind of see like someone with an S, I believe that's what you said.
Exactly. And I will say one other thing, if you can, get a hold of a stone that has some ruby in it.
Okay.
Or a ruby stone itself. It doesn't have to be huge, but wear it either in your pocket, in your pocketbook, on a necklace, but keep a ruby stone around you. It will enhance your ability to connect with this love.
Okay. Is this supposed to be someone I already kind of know and he's not in the picture yet, or it's going to be someone completely new for me?
Someone new. If you, again, make a change with the person that's around you, then it opens the door for this other person to come in. And again, there is that feeling of new beginnings connected to them.
Okay. It's, I think I needed to hear something. So you're pretty much dead on that. So thank you so much, Haley.
You're very welcome. Just take good care of yourself. And one more really quick thing, take care of your stomach. Be nicer to it.
Pardon? Take care of what? I'm sorry?
Your stomach. I get a lot of sensitivity with your stomach. So that has to do with sense of self, balance, but it also has to do with your diet right now.
Yeah, you want me to take care of my stomach? Is that what you said?
Ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm working hard on that. So yeah, so that as well, you're pretty much dead on that as well.
Okay. Well, you take good care, and if I don't speak to you before, enjoy the holiday season, because before we know it, Thanksgiving.
You as well. Have a good Christmas and the rest of 2024. Thank you.
Take good care, hon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
As I shared with Maria, it really comes down to you as an individual. No matter who you see, you can see a channeler, you can see a psychic, you can see a medium, whatever the spiritual entity is or whoever the person is, you ultimately get to make the decision. Really give thought to, when you hear information, how it resonates with you. It is the same thing with picking out a gemstone. For instance, if someone says, oh, that stone over there, that's going to make magic happen in your life, you should go get that. And you pick it up and you're like, ew, I don't like this. Listen to that. You always have your own intuition. You always have your own inner guidance system. We are supposed to be here to give you confirmation, to help empower you, to make sure that if you are at a loss for some reason, to help you get back on your feet. But keep in mind the word help. Our task is not to say with absolute 100% command, you should go do. At least not the way that I perceive it. The information that comes through is divine. The information that comes through has to do with connecting us on a spiritual level, connecting us and the frequencies that exist around us. And that means that every single person, every single thing around you vibrates at a certain frequency, at a certain level. If you want romance, you have to take a look at what's going on with you in this moment. Are you holding on to something from the past, whether it's anger or feeling of loss, or are you totally open to what's coming up next? The same thing with finances or really anything else. Just take a quick look. You don't have to spend a lot of time on it, and recognize what it is that you should say, you know what, let it be. I thank you for tuning in. Connect with the full moon and its energies. If you do nothing else, just meditate for a few minutes and enjoy that shift in vibration and your ability to really be stronger in who you are as a person. Thanks for tuning in. If you'd like to contact me directly for a private session, you can do so at the office, 888-755-2166. And we can talk via video or on phone or in person. Hope you have a fabulous evening, and I'll see you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Star Connections with Azriel. Live from Azriel.love. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Star Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Namaste. I'm Azriel, and I'm coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee today. And it is wonderful to be here with you. What a magical day, hey? Today is a day where Pluto shifts into Aquarius. And that just calls for tremendous times, tremendous shift, part of like the breakthrough, right, that we're all longing for. Now, Pluto moves very slowly, and it's going to take time, right? We've been in sort of the beginning of this wave of change for quite some time. And just because it's shifted signs doesn't mean that all of a sudden we're there. But it's definitely a reason to celebrate, right? A collective awakening, a collective coming together, and a collective shift in consciousness. So I really just want to remind you all, wherever you're at and whatever you're going through, that it's all part of a bigger plan. And the Great Awakening is happening. It's happening through you, it's happening through me, and it's happening through our joys and our challenges. Let's celebrate that, even though it's not always comfortable. So I did want to start today's show. I wanted to talk a little bit about the energy and the flow of things and how things have been lately. I don't know about you, but have you been feeling the overwhelm? And have you been feeling like, just the movement has been more intense, right? I'm hearing from clients and friends and colleagues that they're either super tired and sleeping way more than normal, or they're like awake and jittery and alive and like moving so fast, right? And it's like one or the other, right? Like either from this total sort of like, I just need to sleep, I can't move, to I can't sleep, I've got so much moving. And so I just wanted you to know that like that's just sort of what's going on right now. And it's not about fixing it. It's not about figuring out what's wrong. Instead, it's really about giving yourself permission to be in it. And so if you're tired, if you can, take the extra rest. Now, a lot of times we can't do that, right? So where can you sort of embrace? Where can you settle? Where can you soften into the tiredness and allow yourself to not have to push through it too much? And if you're noticing it's 2 a.m. and you're buzzing and there's so much energy happening and flowing and you're like, I just want to sleep. What can you do then to connect with something bigger? Is it time to work with a mantra, or perhaps to connect with your angels? Maybe it's about checking in with a meditation of some sort, or even if possible, getting out of bed, shaking your body. There's a lot happening. We're in a stage of huge shift and a huge shift in consciousness, right? And I think we're all feeling it right now. And so know that you're not alone. I also wanted to talk a little bit about some upcoming things that I have going on that you might be interested in joining. Everything I do in my work is to support people into awakening into greater consciousness. It's to support them to coming into deeper connection with themselves and their intuition, and really also about grounding into deeper connection both with Earth and with the light, with the higher light and the higher energies. And so I will be offering a Qigong class. I'm a medical Qigong practitioner. It's an alchemical kind of Qigong where we work with energy and color and light. It's very, very powerful. And that's starting in December, on December 4th. It's just half an hour for 3 weeks in a row, and classes are $15 or $12 if you sign up for all 3, but it's at Zoom. And what these classes do is they teach us how to move into our body, to move into deeper connection with Earth and also heaven, and really open to a space where we can handle and move through some of these awakening experiences we're having right now. And then also on December 4th, which is a Wednesday, I'm offering my monthly circle. That is at 4 o'clock Central Time, whereas the Qigong practices are at 3 o'clock Central Time. And the monthly Gathering of Light is just this beautiful space where we go on a journey into the light and into guided meditation together. And for people who come the first time, it's totally free. And so it's a beautiful way to connect with a larger community. And then from connecting with that larger community, where can we open into these deeper spaces of the crystalline grid, of the light body, of our soul, right? And these are every month, but I wanted to let you all know about them. As I won't be here. We'll be doing a recorded show next week because I'll be in the Caribbean. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say. I don't think so. I often pick a card. Well, maybe I will pick a card. Maybe I'll pick a crystal card for today and for this week, and then I'll take some callers. I do know we have someone on the line, and I'll be with you shortly. But if there's one card today or one message from Spirit that can truly open us up or bring us into a space of higher awareness or consciousness, what is that energy? What is that crystal that's wanting to speak through us and for us? Okay. And that card today is interesting. I was working with some grounding energy. It's earth energy. It's carnelian, which to me speaks with the energy of earth and also the energy of fire. I hope those of you at home can see it. And what it is, it's this red stone. And it's like bringing up the energy of fire, of earth, of passion, of creativity, of divine Shakti, right? Into a space of grounded reality. It's nourishing the root chakra. It's bringing us home to our bodies. It's allowing us to open to the passion of our heart, the passion of life, and the passion of our soul, and giving us the strength and support to truly embody it and to move it into that space and into that way. And so really, really opening into that. And so that message to me really is about how can we come more into our body? How can we really root down and send that energy into the earth, and then know that the more grounded we are, the more that we can flow through and live our dreams and live our passions. So carnelian, look it up, check it out. If you have one, maybe put it in your pocket or put it on your necklace this week and see how you feel. Okay. So we have Cambria in Erie, Pennsylvania on the line, and I'm really looking forward to connecting with you. So, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. I had a couple questions for a past loved one.
Yes. Okay.
My great-grandma is Vicky.
Okay. And is there anything specific? Go ahead.
I wanted to ask her, my mom told me that somehow she knew that my grandmother on that side, my not great-grandma, but just grandma on that side, isn't going to harass me anymore like she's been doing. I also wanted to know if great-grandma Vicky has been playing around with my cat, because my cat tends to look at the ceiling and she'll like tilt her head and stuff, and there's nothing that I can see there, but she does.
Yeah. Okay. So wonderful. So I'll just share a little bit what's coming through. First of all, your great grandma Vicky is a powerful being. I really want to honor her light and her energy. And I see her on some level as a protector for you. She is fierce, but fierce with love, right? Fierce with real bright light and love. And so the first thing that is coming through is don't worry about your grandma or her daughter, or that energy. It's like that is going to shift, that is going to stop. It's almost like there's this force field coming between you and that energy of your grandma, and it's sort of like like, I've got this, right? Like, I'm here, I've got this. It's really like, it's very, very strong. And she's also very clear in the sense of like, whenever you need protection or support, call on her, because she's really happy to sort of put that force field down and hold it. Like, she's like the words that are coming, and I mean these in really positive ways. She's a very light, like a sparky energy, but I get like wicked and fierce, and not wicked in a bad way, but like she's strong, right? Powerful, like,
right.
And so I'm just going to tune in and see if there's anything more about that, or anything more that she wants to share. Go ahead.
She has been talking to me. She said I went to her gravesite. I think it was on Sunday, and I was recording a video. She was spinning the pinwheel that I got for her. It's like a sunflower pinwheel, and I told her to keep spinning it. So I decided to record it, and I got a EVP of someone saying hi on the phone after I said, "Hi, Grandma is Vicky."
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, she is really like, I don't even want to say wanting to connect with you. She's like, I am connected with you. And if you just pay attention, like, I'm here. And it's funny because I saw the flower and I saw the sunflower. And then what she's saying, she's like, I'm giving you back a rose right now. And she's showing me this shiny sort of red pinwheel, like a pinwheel, right? And she's like, I've got this. And that rose to her is also a means of protection for you, in that it's beautiful and it's heart-centered, but it's got the thorns. And she's like, I've got you, and I've really got your back, right? Like, and so much for you. Let me see if there's anything else she really wants to share or say. She's like, just pay attention.
Okay.
She does say, it's interesting that you brought up the recording devices, and I don't know if this would have come through if you hadn't brought that up for me, but she's like, play with the recordings. That might be a way that you can like listen or actually get words to her from her, right? Other than just in your mind. She's like, trust what you get in your mind. Right. But she's like, I can show up, and it doesn't have to be a video. It can be a recording. She's also telling me that if you do writing and you tune in with her, she will also write through you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So just sort of like a channeled type of writing. Let me just.
My other question is she playing with my cat? Because
no, she's not. Something else. Something else is. So the energy, there is something else with your cat. It's not a bad energy. Your Aunt Vicky's much bigger than that energy that's playing with the cat. I get there's something like a playful, like elemental energy that's playing with your cat. I won't even go as far as spirit. I'm seeing it more as something as like fairy or something connected more to the wind, or the light, right? Like it's more like a fairy type energy. It's not a ghost, but there is an energy. And as I tune in, it's more having to do with light and refraction of light, something that just sort of like travels on the realms of light. And it is a fun energy. It's not a negative energy at all. And it very, very, very much is just, playing with your cat and bringing in that energy of joy and sort of keeping it entertained. Let me just see if there's anything else. Anything else that has to say. There's something you can do to ground it. Like if you notice your cat's getting tired or agitated in some way.
Right.
So what I'm getting is like if you have a plant, I don't know if you have a plant, but if you could put a plant or, and it's like just a green, it doesn't have to have flowers, anything, just like a green plant, and put it in the right corner of the room that you're seeing this happen in the most, and that will ground the energy a little bit. But it's like again, it's a playful energy. It's something your cat's connecting with, and that it's connecting with your cat. I don't see that there's a real higher purpose for it. Sometimes there can be big higher purposes with the cats, right? But this is just something that's coming in and sort of like playful and fun and likes your cat and your cat likes it. But I believe your Aunt Vicky, like she's just a much, much, much bigger energy than that. And yeah. Any other questions?
It's an eating machine now. And all she gets is breakfast.
Okay. So I think that if that's it for now, I'm going to say thank you and beautiful to connect with you. And if you have any other questions, you can also always follow up with me at my Facebook page, azrael.love. Okay. So we'll open to the next call, and the next call is Phyllis from Baltimore, Maryland.
Hello there.
Hi, Phyllis. How are you doing today?
Fine, and yourself?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. How can I be of support to you today?
I'd like to know if I'm going to get any foster children.
Oh, okay. So can I ask you a question? Have you had foster children in the past?
No, ma'am. I got a letter in the mail from a different state about children, and I don't think I'm going to get these children, okay? But I am opening up to taking children in my own area if possible.
Yeah, so the first thing that I just want to share that comes in really, really, really clear is I see children around you, right? And I actually see quite a few children around you and different children around you. So my first sense is definitely there are going to be some coming in. It's interesting that you speak to them as coming in more locally because I see them quite close, right? And that's why I asked if you had any foster children in the past because it's like, oh, well, there's definitely kids around you. I don't sense that they're your kids, right? I sense that they are from other spaces and other places. It feels very light. It feels very flowing. And I feel like it might be quite effortless for you once you put things into place. And I can check in a little bit on timing, but before I do, any more questions about that?
Could you be seeing my grandchildren?
I'm just pausing because I want to be.
Okay.
I'm still here. Maybe some of them could be your grandchildren, but I'm seeing still like there's more than just you, unless you have like 6, 7, 8 grandchildren. Like it's a larger.
I have like 9.
Oh, you do have 9.
I have 9, and I have great grandchildren.
Yeah. It's not your great-grandchildren. I'm clear on that. And the children I'm seeing are in the ranges of anywhere from age 4 and 5 to age like 11, 12, right? That's sort of the age. Lots around 7 or 8. So I don't know if those are your grandchildren. They're definitely not your great-grandchildren. I'm really clear on that.
No, they're not my grandchildren. No, none of them are.
Yeah. And so they do feel, it feels like, yes. And like I said, they feel like like, again, they're younger. It's not teenagers I'm seeing you with right away, right? Like it's more younger kids, not babies, but like 4, 7, 8 is like the average age that I'm seeing coming in. And they're really wanting attention and needing attention, right? So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions about it, or any questions? I have lots of time. So.
Well, the 2 children that are out of state, they're in foster care. They're family children, okay, but they're like over 2,000 miles away. Are they going to be going to foster care or foster home, permanent foster home?
So again, so those children, as you said, you are already pretty clear they're not coming towards you. And I also see that. I just want to say that, like, it's not that you won't have anything to do with them if they're family or at some point in your life, but it's not, they're not coming towards you. Now let me just sit with them.
Right.
So I do see them going to a stable and supportive environment. So if they're currently not in a stable and supportive environment, then they may be going into a foster care there, or some place that is going to like be more stable and supportive than what things have been for them. Things might shift or change. And then let me tune in because I want to be really, actually, I'm going to actually pull some cards on this because this is important. So I think the main things, it's interesting. So whatever is happening for them. So right now they're in a space where things are sort of topsy-turvy. Things are not very settled. There isn't that strong feminine that they need, right? In their life. Right. And I'm saying feminine because of the cards. I pulled the Queen of Wands in reverse. Then the card I pulled next is the Strength card, which is so powerful because it's speaking of like peace and strength and getting through adversity, and not by force. And then the second card the third card I picked was the Queen of Cups, which is balanced, emotional, nourishing. It's right side up. And so my sense is that there is going to be a shift in the care. And so potentially going into foster care, into an environment that is healthy, that is balanced, and that does have a nourishing person there, especially a nourishing female there. So knowing that they are going to be okay, they are going to be cared for. I don't see them going into the system in the sense of like they're going to be in like a group home or anything like that. Or if they're in there now, they're not going to be staying there, and that there is going to be a nice model there for them and someone that you can trust. So, okay. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Okay. What about my grandchildren around me? Will I be seeing them anytime soon?
There's one grandchild in particular I think you'll be seeing. Just tuning in. It's one that you are perhaps the closest to or have been the closest to in the past, even if you don't see them very much regularly. And there's a deep love and a deep energetic connection there. And that person is someone that you will see soon, maybe even this holiday season, not necessarily Thanksgiving, but maybe Christmas or between Christmas and the springtime. But definitely, I think you'll see that. And I also see them sort of stepping up and perhaps being, I don't know, like, again, they're one of the older, they're not like a young, they're not young, they're older, and like stepping up and supporting you or helping you out in some way. I'm not getting clear on male, female. Part of me wants to say it's masculine energy, but I'm not 100% clear on that. So definitely, and that one is sort of like the one that you will have more connection with sooner.
Okay.
And let me just see. I see a lot of joy coming for you, right? Like I see a lot of like it's almost like you've got these things you want to do. There's a real nourishing and nurturing sense in your personality. A lot of, again, your life has been in this desire to give, to help, to work with others in these bigger ways, right? And to really support and like nourishment, right? Like being that mom or that grandma. And I'm seeing just more of that coming in for you. And that's like, it's like every time I close my eyes or tune into you, I'm seeing just this beautiful golden light on the left side. I'm seeing the younger kids sort of around your waist and your hips and sort of like looking up to you. And then I'm seeing the older kids or the older grandkids, right? Like being there and being your support. On the right-hand side, I think that's like when I'm tuning in, it's more like the mental side, and it's like they're trying to figure out how is it going to happen, when is it going to happen. It's sort of like, it feels like it's hard for you to figure it out or to really like know the steps or know what the timeline is, right? Like none of it's really making sense for you on some level. And so like what I would invite you to do is try not to like overthink or overanalyze the next steps that you have to do or what you need to do to make any of this happen. Like, no, it's already sort of in play. And it's like, where can you tune into that great capacity for love that you have and that great capacity for care that you have so that you can just feel it and know that it is all coming towards you. I hope that makes some sense, but it's very clear, very powerful. And just as much love as you want to give and that you have to give to others, like it really wants to be reflected back to you like tenfold.
Right. Okay.
Hey, any other comments? Yeah.
No, ma'am, thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful reading.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And no, it's right there. It's right there with you. And just let me know. Feel free to update me on what happens and just know it's I see real positive and easy flow coming for you. So it's really beautiful to share with you, Phyllis, and I wish you the most beautiful, beautiful day.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving. So what I'd like to do with the rest of our time, we have about 4 minutes, is I'd like to maybe just take a few moments. And I know for those of you driving, it's not really possible, but I'd love for us to just to settle into a space in the collective field. There's so much that we can do when we just pause and we just settle in and slow down. So if you're driving, you can just listen and imagine. And pay attention to the road. And if you're at your home, just take a moment and give yourself permission to just stop and to find a seat. And as you find a seat, give yourself permission to just soften and to settle into your body. Maybe sending a grounding cord down from your belly or from the sacrum. So that's just imagining a long line of light down into the earth. I always like to take my tongue and bring it to the roof of the mouth behind my teeth. And to really notice the spots where your bones, your sit bones and your bones touch the earth. Maybe even calling on the energy of that carnelian, that red, vibrant stone to nourish. Can even imagine that red color moving up from this cord and into your sacrum, into your root chakra. And feeling each and every of the thousands of people listening to this broadcast today, connected right here, right now, in this moment, connected to the earth, to the fire and the strength of the carnelian. And then maybe noticing your breath and breathing up from the earth all the way to your heart, the heart chakra, center of the chest. And as you exhale, imagine this light expanding through your chest. And imagining each and every person here seated in this circle right now, this circle of light. And let's take 3 breaths, breathing up from the root, from the earth, into the heart. And as we exhale, allowing this light to shine, to flow, to expand into this circle of light, into this circle of souls, and into this universal field. 2 more times. Breathing in and shining that light out. And breathing in and shining that light out. And feeling the smile in your heart, the connectedness of your being, and the support of all and everything. So thank you all so much for being with me today. Continue to stay in this moment if you like. Find me on facebook.com/Azrael.love or www.azrael.love. I'd love to connect with you. And I wish you all the most beautiful day and a wonderful Thanksgiving, as I won't be here next week. With love and so much light. Namaste.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson's Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson. Live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Let's get started because we have some pretty major shifts in planets going on. So we start with the Pluto transit to Aquarius. Welcome, Aquarians say. And it's newfound power, new transitions of power, transitions of energy. And so it's going to be pretty exciting times. And lots of great astrologers talk about that. If you want to go in depth online, there's some really brilliant astrologers. You can find some of them here on A1R Psychic Radio as well. Now, let's get started. Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising. We're going to start with you. And, you know, we've got alchemy, the idea of you transiting, you being able to alchemize the energy around you. Remember, Aries, you're mirroring everyone right now. And so if you're feeling escalated, it's because of people around you, what's going on around you. And I want you to know that you could feel like there is a major shift in your midst, and it's just the prelude to 2025, which is even a bigger shift, because you have the shift of karma, because you have the North Node, which will shift out of your sign, and it's a journey and a revolution. And you can annihilate the old self, annihilate the ego. You can seek thrills. You could seek adventure, breaking out of. You might be seeking ways to really launch yourself in some way. And that this is the time to really rely on information from your, people you respect in your industry, people that you respect around you, looking to have guides from people who you admire, who you want to be in their place. Maybe that it's you want their job or what they do. And that's who I need you to surround yourself with, is people that bring you to where you aspire to go. Because this is a really powerful time for you to really finally be seen, finally have something of your own that you could really say that I created that. That's mine. This is what I've done. And this is your time to launch that. So yay for you, Aries. Okay. Taurus, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, you have the transit of Uranus out of your sign that's coming. And that's a big one for you guys. And you do have, some excitement maybe building. And, over now in the next 7 to 10 days, you could get just taste of it, seeing what the next 2 to 20 years are bringing. But this is a time of excitement and to be excited, and it's upward karma. It feels like upward karma for you. You can rise up against the negative. You could say, no, I don't want to hear, hand up. I don't want to hear you talk badly about someone. I don't want to hear negative news. You could be shutting the news off. You could be tuning out the negative. You can find yourself feeling less fearful or feeling less antagonistic. You could rewrite mental processes. You could rewrite, links. You could deal with deep traumas. You could be really rewiring your brain in some way. And that this is, you're not going to allow yourself to be part of a negative reality. So this is something really important for you, Taurus, is that over the next 7 to 10 days, you're going to get taste of, but going to really enact over the next few years for sure. And, you might be feeling a bit devilish, like you might be wanting to take risks. You might want to reach out. You might want to be sneaky. But just know that karma's in the way. So you can't get too out of order. And that's the medicine, babies. That discipline is the medicine for devilishness, that maybe idle hands leave you up to sneakiness. And just remember that over the next 7 to 10 days. You take it out on good pranks. Do good pranks on people, maybe. That might help you process that energy. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Oh, Gemini, wow. You're the belle of the ball. You have Jupiter in your sign. Then you have Uranus joining. You'll get a taste of the planet Uranus with your birthday next year, along with a whole plethora of planetary energy dumping in your sign. And you govern communications. And so you're governing the new way of us talking, the new way that we communicate, the new way we relate. And this is big for you. And I really think it's going to come up in wealth. I think it's going to come up in things that you induce, things you initiate, things you embark on, new directions you go on could, and your craftsmanship. Don't rush through it. Really deepen what you're working on and refine the speech, refine the project, refine the product, refine it, because this is a time for you to really move forward with things you've been working on. And so I feel like reinforcement of habits, reinforcement of your patterns, reinforcement of these things right now could benefit you. They could be detrimental if they're bad patterns, but this is a time for you to create new ones, to really look at your efficiency, to really look at anchoring yourself to something that you can now move forward in a direction. So this is really big now over the next 2 years. And Uranus is going to bring elements of surprise, to disrupt, to change, to make you step into the new technology. Okay. Cancerian, Sun, Moon, Rising. Obstacles I feel like for you right now are blessings. They're able to kind of hold you in your place and maybe check your privilege, check where you could be generous, check where you're grateful for, check in with yourself, check in with what you actually want. And so this is going to be a time where you may have been feeling like you're vacillating between this property or opportunity or commitment and that opportunity, property, or commitment. And you could be feeling like you're oscillating. And I feel like there's something that could feel like you're going to get solidified. I feel like if you have travel booked, it could feel a bit lonely. Like maybe it's work travel. Maybe you got to go here and there, or that is obligatory travel. And I feel like some of that's coming up for you. I feel like this is a good time for you to dive into reading books, to dive into your pajamas and read books, trying to find home connections, trying to find root connections, opening up your root chakra, trying to connect with people. Pluto's just moved as your last barricade, and anything you've committed to, you've had Pluto there being revolutionary and powerful. That's just moved. And so this is really a time for you to not to let other people discourage you, to kind of stay to your steady and tried and true. And that things where you vacillated, you're finally to come to decision. And I feel like you're going to be really maybe quite surprised with how grateful you are for where you're at or where things are going. Leo, sun, moon, rising. Hello, my lions. This is a time of surprises coming out at you. And, royalty and being treated with loyalty, being treated with respect, being surprised who defends you, and you can, I feel like where you find yourself emotionally regulating yourself, holding it, being very diplomatic. I feel like this is going to get you contentment. It's going to get you peace of mind. You could have some challenging power struggles in relationships, places you've committed. Doesn't have to be romantic there, Leo, but it could be people that, even through partner. It doesn't have to be the partner. It could be through partner, their family, friends, that you could find a bit of challenges going on there, power struggles. And I feel like the more that maybe, say, your in-laws or outlaws are amped up, the more intense it could kind of feel. So you're going to have to be very, very, very diplomatic, my little Leos, and lots of emotional regulation. And just be prepared to take a left or a right, kind of, just to pivot. You got to be prepared to pivot. And you'll find peace in pivoting. And you'll find peace in brothers, sisterhood. Like you'll find peace in your gang of friends, your gang of folks. So you're going to find peace there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Virgo, sun, moon, rising. Boy, you've got the south node of karma shift coming right into the beginning of January. This is a time where you're redefining who you are in your employment sector, who you are in your work. You're redefining these things, and you're going to not throw out all your old skills. You can carry some new skills with you. You can have some skills that you kind of tag along with and really develop. And I feel like you could wind up in a new role where you're able to lead, manage, embark on, just coordinate, decide. You have some decision-making power in this, which I think you like. You have solid judgment with what comes with work. Where it kind of falls off is with relationships, and that, old games that worked for you in the past aren't going to work for you going forward. And this next 2 years, you really have a lot of energy and a lot of planetary movement in Pisces, which is your 7th house of commitment. You have some planets leaving. You have a couple of eclipses. So what are you eclipsing out of your life that's leaving? Could it be patterns with people? It could be old patterns, could be old relationships, old obligations, or commitments. There's lots of stuff around the mother wound, the mothering, mothers, that shows up around this energy over the next 2 years as well. Okay, Virgos. Thank you. Libra, sun, moon, rising. Oh, our lovely Libras. Boy, you have this south node energy that you're getting rid of. And boy, you have developed your muscles. You develop some skills, some muscles, maybe develop some thicker skin. You could be a little more tenacious in how you exert yourself, how you put yourself out there, Libra. I feel like This is a time where you can even advocate your way up through hierarchy if you work in a hierarchical environment, or you study, or you're in places where you're able to, not so much about leading, but moving up your prestige, your reputation, your standing, how people see you, your signature, co-signing, how your promises carry weight, and that you feel a bit like you're getting some of your might back. That could be pretty nice. And that maybe you're at the tail end of resolving some familial generational wounds, and that could be even estates, property, assets, losses, things that have already happened, that you're really sort of maybe tying up and ready to step into some new, and maybe focus on your love life, focus on people that would be in commitments and partnerships. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Hello, my Scorpios. Your flexibility, your pliability, your ability to sort of fit into a variety of environments. I feel like don't get complacent. This could be a time where you can have lots of gains in your financial, in your waistline, in your abundance, friends, luckiness. And don't get complacent, though. This is a time to fulfill some of your goals, keep moving forward on what you promised yourself. It feels a bit lonely for you, Scorpio, sometimes, but that's okay. This is a time where, you don't want to carry too many things with you, because you're going to move forward quite a bit. And this is going to be a time for you to really shore up and your first impression on people, the impression you want to make, how you come across. You've just had your birthday, so this is sort of your no solar return, and you're sort of kickstarting the new Scorpio year. And so this is a good time to make promises that you can check in with when you hit springtime and say, hey, did I keep my promises? Did I do my eating plan? Did I do my diet plan? Did I start walking? Did I take care? Did I get rid of toxic people? Make sure you're sticking to your plan, Scorpios. Sagittarians, your birthday season's arriving. Your reset button is arriving. And there's openings and a metamorphosis. And there could be propositions, opportunities, things that you should think about as they pop up over the next, right to the end of the year, really. And what you want to embark with that. This can also be opportunities around pregnancy, fertility, an influx of money, a little injection of opportunities that come up, that I feel like you're going to have to really prioritize what you're doing, your goals, your direction. And I feel like there's some good messages coming for you guys in Sagittarian, whether it's sun, moon, rising, that it's really about opportunities to really add to your abundance. And I feel like that could be family, home, health, those kind of areas for you. Great ways, great days. And then you have it amplified by that Gemini energy that's going to light up big time in 2025. And your house of partnership, and maybe it's their turn to shine. If you have a partner, maybe it's their turn to go to school, to shine, to follow their dreams in terms of what they've been wanting. Capricorn, sun, moon, rising. This is a time for you to put the effort in and be happy about it. This is a time that anything you put in, you're going to get back with bells on. You're going to find an eagerness, a possibility. Don't fall in love with potential, right? Possibility, possibly, but potential, I don't think so. And your chivalry, your gentleness, how you come across the world, Capricorn. This could be a time where you finally have that Pluto pressure off. And it's a time to take action now around things that you've had to put effort in. And it's effort, action, work, rolling up your sleeves, getting things done. You've got in your 11th house, we've got all the planetary energy, but to move to your 12th house when you have some downtime. But leading into your birthday, January is a breath of fresh air without that plutonic energy constantly reforming you. Okay, Aquarian, sun, moon, rising. This is a time that, again, delays could be your friend. You've got this Plutonian energy. You could find yourself tired, distracted, tipping things over, losing things. You could find that you're going to be unrestricted and you're going to have to restrict yourself, create boundaries with yourself. You're going to have to put things in place because you're going to have all this power and all this energy kind of brewing now with Pluto. That's going to lead you into new directions of, that you have to rein yourself in. You'll have to put boundaries in, barriers in, rules in for that little Aquarian, things that they want to focus on. And Aquarians want to drive forward but in a logical sense. They don't want things kind of all just burning out and just going all, and it's about really becoming yourself and making commitments to that and staying to the discipline of it. If you stick to the discipline, Aquarian, and the logic of it, it's going to serve you very well this next 20 years. But the ball's in your court, Aquarian. What does that mean for everybody? That's the question. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. We finalize with Pisces and festivity. You have Saturn moving forward. Finally, you could take action moving forward. And it's about your happiness. And it's a bit of, and there's going to be evidence of it. It's going to be like, oh my gosh, I was waiting for this news. I was waiting for this thing. I was waiting for this opportunity. I was waiting for that person to call me. And you're going to find with the Mercury retrograde, they're going to start coming out of the woodwork because we are going to this Mercury retrograde, but they're not always bad like everybody's worried about. It's just energy. And it's going to bring back things that you might finally get an answer to. You might finally get an answer to, being able to resolve, being able to emancipate yourself from what really has tied you down over this last several years. And Saturn has been kind of teaching you that. And as it starts to trek forward and trek out of your sign, heading into Aries in 2025, this is really about your happiness, the relevancy of what's going on around you and how it contributes to you and your happiness, and satisfaction that you're getting from what you're doing. And these are going to be top priorities for you, Pisces. Now, you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com, and I do personal readings there, and you can find me at A1R Psychic Radio. I've got Francis in Greymouth, New Zealand. Francis, oh my gosh, I'm glad you joined me. How can I be of service?
I want to know if anyone in spirit's watching over me, because I've lost my close friend, partner of 10 years. He died 10 months ago.
I'm so sorry, my girl. And thank you. Thank you for that. And you're a partner of 10 years. And let's bring people to mind. Let's bring spirit to mind. Let's bring thoughts to mind. I feel like they haven't gone far. They seem to show up as a bird flying around your house. So I feel like your partner shows up quite a bit around your place. That there is a feeling even over the last, maybe last 8 months, maybe the next 8 months, there's something about you might have the opportunity to travel maybe throughout New Zealand, or have an opportunity to travel away from New Zealand. Your partner keeps bringing up lungs, like breathing, lungs. There could be infection, or could be something going on with that he wants to keep an eye on, that you might have been hiding out a little bit this last while. And I feel like he's like, you got to get out of the house sometime. You got to go out of the house sometime. You got to get out sometime. And I feel like that time you could have a woman who wants you to travel near her. She could be saying, come see me, come for the day's drive, or come for the drive, come see me. And I feel like this is going to show up for you. I get the strong, there's some letters that are showing up, and I just going to, because we're recording on the show, you can go back to the recording and you can listen to this again, okay? And I get a strong E, a strong N, a strong S, a strong H, a D, and a G, and all of these letters in terms of name. And I want to say that you, I just feel like they wanted to be at home in bed. Your partner wanted to be at home in bed, and the safety of the bed, or with you by the bed. And I feel like that keeps showing up, and that you might be even at a distance from others, that you could be saying no to other people right now. You could be just wanting peace. You just want maybe some peace from people that feel like they could be demanding things, they could be needing things from you. I do see a helpful man, and some younger children that keep coming around, that could come around your place. That there's a younger child, like two different age groups, like a young adult and a younger child that look helpful, or that could be coming around your place. That I feel like you're going to also think about, I feel like when he says like getting out of the house, I feel like it could even be around, maybe you'll decide to go back to something, go back to this work, go back. But I feel like there's something about your money and your earnings and your work and looking at making a decision or going back and forth around it and going to go earn money. This showed up really strong, even the next while. That you have, I feel like this man that comes around that's helpful could even be connected to your partner's family, could be connected to maybe people in your area that I feel like could even be helping around where you live, or you could make decisions around where you're living right now. Like you could almost like maybe there could be people staying with you or you making a move. So I even feel like in the next 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, this shows up. I feel like your partner shows up at your home a lot. I don't know that you need to go to the graveyard. I don't think you need to go there. I feel like he shows up at your house and in the dream state. And I do think that he could appear that way in the dream state. I feel like
I miss them a lot, I do. Tell Stu I love him very much and I miss him a lot.
Well, I would say have a sacred fire for him. He hears you. He already heard you. He already knows that you love him. They hear everything you think, and he shows up at your house, not at a graveyard. And he shows up, and he has a little old lady with him. He has just a little tiny old lady with him, who I feel like maybe met him when he left. And I want to say that there is this G name keeps coming. Sorry, I'm going to think about. I have to think loud. Sorry, I'm going to stop myself. What I want to say is this: I feel like have a sacred fire for him, like a little bonfire, a campfire. Call him in around you. You could even have a group of candles, I suppose, but I just feel like he loves the warmth and the light, and he loves to be around your home. And I feel like he knows that you're feeling kind of lonely, and I feel like there's something where you could go work locally, or that you're going to go and work where you live locally. It's because there's something about your money that I feel like he's worried about for you. Like he's like, I want you to have money. I want to make sure that you have enough money. I want to make sure that. And so there is a young man he keeps talking about that shows up around your house.
My son, I've got a son, Peter, but he's still living.
Yeah, no, helping you around. And yes, living, your son. And I see him showing up around. Now, can I ask you, your son, does he kind of go away to work and then come back?
No, not really. He works for a company. He likes to work. Always be working, doing something all the time because he gets bored.
Because I feel like he's going between. So I was going to say there's something about your son's work And I see him going back and forth to your house, and there's something about his work. So him showing up, there's some unexpected news that's going to show up. And I feel like you could have good news coming, and it tells me within 7 months. And I do think it's in two ways. The first way, and you just know that your husband wants you, your partner wants you to know this. The first way is that there is little bit of money that's coming to you through paperwork, and that you're going to have something shored up, or you're going to feel like you can take a breath, like you can, okay, this will be okay. And then I feel like the second one is that there's going to be an announcement of a little girl, or the pregnancy of a little baby girl showing up. And I feel like this is going to show up within your family, and you'll know about this within the next 2 years. Your partner feels like, I feel like there's something about a dog that's going to come to you, and this dog will be your best friend. Aside from your son, of course. There's a dog that come to you, and it's going to be your best friend. And just, I feel like it's almost like a gift from him, and that you are loved, and that he's got you in the palm of his hand, and know that, and he hears what you say. And so I feel like have him show up as light. He'll show up as light. And thank you. And thank you for connecting with me today and sharing him with us. I appreciate you. And thank you for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. And I'll see everybody in 7 days. I think that though I'll be in Hawaii. So see you then.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine.
The Hummingbird Media.
Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Infinite Soul Connect
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, hello everybody. I am so happy to be here again. I'm Shelley Devine with Infinite Soul Connections, and I have animal energy with me today. So I would love to share with you. I have the animal energy of the lynx. Now, the lynx is the keeper of secrets. Okay? This message is for all of my listeners and watchers and followers. Take time out from the world and be an observer. Nothing can deceive you when you trust your knowing. You see others' secrets and keep them sacred. In silence and in solitude, you will find your strength. Basically, what that means is put yourself, when there's chaos going on around you, put yourself in a little jar, a mason jar, and sit in there safely while there's like a windstorm outside. Okay, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. I just wanted to share that with you because there are times when we all need to just have that quiet moment when there's a lot going on around us. So jump in those jars when you need to. I am so ready for my caller. Bobby, welcome.
How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm okay.
You're okay? What can I do for you today, Bobby?
Oh, I was just wondering, like, how my life is going to turn out here. A little bit of glimpse of something. A little bit of hope, maybe.
Okay. Let's take a look at some cards and see what we can see. Now, did you hear my message about the links and about put yourself in that quiet space when there's a lot of chaos going around you? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, because I feel like that's something that you might need to do. Sometimes when things are just so overwhelming, you take a deep breath. I always catch myself. Take a deep breath and just sit within yourself for a little bit and shut out the noise for a little bit, just so that you can connect, okay? Okay. Let me pull this card for you. Sometimes it takes them a minute. I like the jumpers, so when they actually jump out of the deck, that's the card for you. Sometimes it takes a second. Come on, jumpers. Okay, we've got a few. That's pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to just read these out, and then I'll go through them again and tell you what I'm getting from them, okay? So the call of the muse, okay? A powerful move, shining through, wish upon a star, and the oracle's gift. Okay. Whew, so the call of the muse is making me feel as though you are looking for something to brighten up your life, something to get you interested, something that lights you up inside. Instead of worrying, because I do feel that there's quite a bit of worry going on, I want you to think of something that really lights you up. It could be anything. It could be going for a walk. It could be painting. But whatever lights you up, let that be your muse, okay? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And a powerful move. Okay. There is something big coming. It's good. Actually it goes with the energies of right now that's going on with the full moon in Taurus. This is a time to step into whatever it is that you've been holding back from, to make a move, okay? To make Yes, to make a change in your life. So by following your muse, that's going to help lead you to a big, powerful move. Okay? I don't know if that is a physical, you're going to move to a different place, or if that's just a move you're going to make in this game of life. Okay? Shining through, you do have a light inside of you. It's divine. We all have a divine light inside of us, I should say. Yours you need to brighten that up. Shine it. Let it start from your heart center. And just imagine with each breath, that light expanding out and filling your whole body, and then outside of your body, and then the whole room, and then way, way out. You shine your light, okay? This is going to bring your muse out, and it's going to bring the move and the information to you. You need to be listening, okay? But you shine your light out there. It's almost like sending out a beacon, almost sending out a call, calling on your angels or your guides to say, hey, I need some guidance. How is my life going? How is it going to go? Okay, you're going to shine your light and bring that in. And then I've got wish upon a star. Ooh, okay. You have something that you're desiring. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. And wishing upon it. Let's change those words to manifesting it. You're going to think about this thing that you want so much, this change in your life, whatever this is that you want. You are going to not only wish upon it, but you are going to let in the feeling that you already have it. Feel as if you already have it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about the law of attraction, but your thoughts are powerful. And what you put out there is what's going to be drawn. Like attracts like. So if you're putting out there, oh, I wish, I want, you need to put out, I have, I'm so grateful for, I'm so happy that I have this in my life. Even if it's not there yet, you have to send out those thoughts that it's coming. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. I want to say something really quick about that, about the law of attraction. A lot of times, you hear everybody say, hey, you need to have positive thoughts. Think positively. It's difficult to do that all the time. So those negative thoughts, those dark thoughts are going to come in. It's just our human nature, our human brain. But what I do, I call it flip the script and change. Like once you notice you're doing that negative thought, flip it immediately and think of something positive, or change that thought into something positive. Like, for example, oh gosh, I'm so tired today. I don't want to go and do what I need to do. Oh, I am so grateful that I have the energy to go do what I need to do. Okay, that's an example for you right there. So when you do the wish upon a star, I want you to say, I'm so grateful that I have this, that I have received this. And our last card is the Oracle's gift. I'm going to gift to you empowerment, love, self-love, self-confidence, guidance, Guidance on make sure that you are on path. There is no right or wrong. There is only on path or off path. So my gift to you is this guidance is going to put you on path, keep you on path. And I'm going to gift you the wisdom to listen to your intuition. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
How does that sound, Bobby?
Sounds a little bit better than what I was feeling before you called.
Good. Very good. That is the whole point. That's what I want to do. I want to help people heal and guide them on their way. If you need anything more from me or want another reading, visit me at infinitesoulreadings.com or infinitesoulreadings@gmail.com. And I will take your emails if you need to reach out to me, okay?
Okay.
All right, sweetheart. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. And
Thank
all
you.
my love and blessings are going out to you.
Thank you.
You're so welcome, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Remember to visit my website if you want to learn anything more or to book a longer reading or mediumship readings. Go to infinitesoulreadings.com and I will see you there.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Love Life
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katie. Happy Friday or happy Thursday evening, wherever you are. This is Love Life. And if you would like to contact me for a private reading, there's a link to my website just in the page there, and also my Facebook page. You can follow me on that if you'd like to get a free reading. I do them every Friday as well. So, hi, how is everyone? Hope everyone's good. I'm going to be doing a collective card for all those who are listening and watching. I'm shuffling as we speak. I was just sort of saying it's really starting to warm up down here in Tassie. It's been really nice weather. Oh, God, there goes my cards. Queen of Cups, she fell out. That's a nice one. And I might get her out as well. I'll pop her there. Yeah, so it's I think it's going to be a warm summer. Here we go. All right, collective message for everyone listening. Oh, here we go. We've got the wheel in reverse, okay? This is an interesting one. And given that the Queen of Cups has come out, I'll just elaborate a little bit on this. Now, when the wheel comes out, it normally means, you know, fate rolling along or things panning out I mean, it's a big one, so it's normally to do with life changes and things like that. When it's in reverse, it's sort of encouraging you not to leave things up to fate. It's sort of saying, well, if you're just going to leave this up to fate, it might just roll away from you and things might just sort of start dwindling away and coming beyond your control. And what it sort of asks you to do or encourages you to do very much is to take control, okay? We're all in control of our own choices and our own paths forward. And if we are leaving things up to fate, then, you know, that's how the ball can sort of start rolling away, in a sense. And I mean, some people might see this as bad luck, but I think this is more to do, for me personally, reading this intuitively, I feel this is more about taking control of your own choices and and making your life what it is that you want. Now I've got a caller. Hi, is it Salita? Is that how I pronounce your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Salita. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, great. I'm great, thanks. What can I do for you? I've got my Light Seers deck with me today and my Modern Oracle deck for you today. So if you have a question for me, or if you just like me to do you a general intuitive reading.
Yes, please, general, because I need to know a little bit about a little bit of everything.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to ask for some general messages for you to come through, Salita. So we'll see what comes out. The Queen of Cups flew out a minute ago too, and I didn't really start unpacking her, but she's a very intuitive, beautiful card, that one too. And this is, I think I have a feeling she might have even been meant for you. There you go, got the Four of Pentacles in reverse there. There's one coming out. And she's very much the divine feminine of the receptive energy of the element of water. So she's all about lapping up emotions and feeling content and all that sort of stuff. And also coming to a point in her life where she can provide a lot of emotional nurture and support to others. Now, I've got the feeling with the world there we go, and the Four of Pentacles in reverse, the stars there, and the Lovers in reverse. All right. So at the moment, Salita, what I'm picking up on is either current or recently past energy to do with the relationship, okay? Because you've got the Lovers in reverse here, which is indicating a bit of disharmony's gone on for you. Now, that could be a romantic relationship. I'm sort of getting that it is, or it can just be a friendship or a lover, someone significant to you. It could even be a family member. So something's happened, and I feel that this is to do with money, because the Four of Pentacles is in reverse, and that means that either there's been some disagreements about how money should be spent or how things should have been done, or possibly this other party may have been overspending where you haven't agreed, or vice versa, okay? So those two there, they're suggesting a bit of disharmony with relationships. There is also the World and the Star here. So this is quite beautiful in a sense too, with the World saying, okay, this, whatever's going on here, it's come to a point of completion. Something's happened here. It could have been overspending on something or something like that that's triggered some kind of disharmony, but it has come to a point where the cycle's complete now, okay? And the stars here, which to me is indicating healing, all right? Now that this has happened, it's done and dusted, there's healing there, there's hope there, there's also remembering all your hopes and dreams and aspirations and all that sort of stuff. And when the star comes out, it is very much a gentle reminder to go within and remember that little inner child inside you that's always there with you, and remember her dreams and her hopes. And whatever's happened here was kind of meant to happen, because like I said, the World's here. This was meant to be a lesson for you, or the other party for that matter, but it was definitely meant to happen because it's brought something together, and it's been a cycle completed, and there's that lesson there that you've grown from with that. I'll pull you an Oracle card as well on top of that, Salita, to give you some guidance forward here. Some message for Salita. There we go. All right. So I do see peace being made here. At the moment, there's been a whole lot of obstacles and delays and disruptions thrown in your path here. That's what that card means, is the obstacles, challenges, disruptions and delays, which has maybe perhaps delayed this healing process or this peace being made. But I do see an apology here, because, look, you've got the apology card saying forgive this situation, disregard it and make peace. So, I mean, if you've been hurt, it's not to say forget what they've done. It's saying to forgive it so that you can find some peace with it. Does that make sense? And it's saying that will happen. I don't know if you can see the screen, but there's a beautiful little teddy bear with a sign saying sorry, and it's just gorgeous. And something's happened though. And I'm being drawn back to the Four of Pentacles in reverse. It's to do with something financial, I think. Now, I'm not sure where you are in the world, but this is all quite recent stuff I'm getting, because the timing on the disruption and delays card is actually winter. So, yeah, I might ask just for one more little bit of guidance for you there, Salita, because you did mention you've got a lot going on. This one wants to come out. Okay, there's stagnation with something. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So there's either, to me, even though that cycle's come together with the well-being and completion, something there, if someone's feeling held back, that they can't progress, that they can't move forward with this. And the way to do that, again, is coming back to this making peace with the situation, okay? So either you or the other party needs to forgive, disregard, make peace, to say sorry for your own peace of mind, not so much for just the sake of forgiveness or whatever. It's about all of it, really. And it's safe to do so, okay? Whatever decision, if you've got a decision on your mind, you'll be safe, secure, and stay put, all right? So even though it might feel a little bit stagnant at the moment, that you might not be getting anywhere, I think what the cards are really advising you to do, Salida, is to make peace with the situation, okay? Do you have any questions for me?
Not really. It's me that can't go forward.
Yeah.
But I'm having stagnation in all areas of my life right now.
I think what the cards are asking you to do is forgive yourself more so than anything, because I think that's what might be holding you back. I think perhaps what's happened here for you is that, like you said, you've got a lot going on. You're feeling like you're not getting anywhere at the moment because all these things just keep coming up and getting thrown in your path. It's asking you to go back, all right? Remember your hopes and dreams. This is the star, all right? I keep being pulled back to the star here. I'm not sure if you've ever done any inner child work or not, Salida, but that can be very healing. And that's as simple as, sitting quiet for 5 minutes and visualising yourself walking on the beach or somewhere in quiet nature, somewhere which is your safe space. See yourself as a little girl, okay? And go up and talk to her and tell her she's safe. Tell her she's okay. Work on that sort of stuff. And then remember her hopes, remember her dreams, and remember it is still very much there and within your power to take control of this. And again, I keep getting the reason why you're not moving forward here is because perhaps you're finding it hard to let go. Perhaps you're finding it hard to forgive. And again, I keep thinking this is to do with either a relationship or a friendship or someone who has, where there's been some disharmony that's happened. Again, it could be money related. So do what you can to try and find some peace with the situation. That's very much what the cards are guiding you to do, Salida.
Okay.
Yeah. I know it's easier said than done, but, you there?
I will try. Yes, I will try.
Yeah. It is. It's easier said than done, but if you can find strategies that work for you, that was just one suggestion, do the inner child stuff. Let's see here, be positive. I mean, it's easier said than done, look, be positive, but it is saying it's going to be all right. And that will have the flow-on effect in your romance and love life. Look at this. The romance and love life card has just come out straight away. I think it's about shifting your perspective, Salida, and looking at it in the sense that, you know what, yeah, all these things have happened and all these disruptions have happened, but you're in control. You're in control of this, all right? You might not be in control of other things, but you're in control of the way you react, I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. You can choose how you react to this situation. And the cards are very much saying that your way forward, that you're going to find peace with this, is to forgive, to let go, not to forget, not to say it's okay, what they've done, but for you to find your own inner peace with it. And then you're going to see some progress moving forward where you can start overcoming all of these obstacles and things like that. And again, that's going to have a flow-on effect to your, see, there's the love card, love, romance, improvement, okay? If you can just try and be positive about it and look at it from a perspective of, you know what, I'm in control here. I'm going to choose how I react to this situation. I'm going to take control of these circumstances that may not feel like they're in my control, but they are, and it's about how you look at it and how you choose to react to it and what you choose to do with that. Yeah. Okay. Would you like me to ask for a little bit more guidance?
I'm sorry?
Would you like me to ask for a little bit more guidance for you?
If you could, yes.
Sure. If you have anything specific, throw it at me because I've got about a minute left.
Work. I'm trying to find a job desperately, and see anything coming?
All right, let's see. What's going to happen career-wise? All right, it's asking you, there's something you need to tie up loose ends with, okay? So something's unfinished for you. And I'm not sure what that looks like for you, but it's saying it's time to tie up loose ends with something, whether that's cutting ties with something or crossing off your I's or dotting your T's, something like that, to tie up loose ends. And also it's asking you to be strong, all right? Be strong, stand your ground with something. I get the sense that you're being provoked a little bit too, in the sense, this is the card where there's the matador and the bull, and there's a red flag being waved at a bull, which could trigger you a little bit. But basically, in a nutshell, I'm getting stand your ground, but finish off other unfinished things, okay? I hope that makes sense for you. I must get going because I've only got 60 seconds left. So, look, all best with whatever's going on there. Just remember you're in control, okay? You take control and try and find some peace with that situation by whatever strategy works for you, okay? All right, I must get going. Thank you so much, everyone who listened and watched, and I shall be back same time next week. Bless be. Have a beautiful weekend. Thank you.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Insights and Healing
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you all for joining us, whether you are joining us live or watching the replay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a shamanic energy healer, a pranic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist, also owner of Angels Always Around Us. So I got lots of gifts, lots of tools that I can help people with. Excuse me, while we are waiting for our first caller, just let you know about some great events that are going on this week. Tomorrow at a flick of a wrist in Broomall, at 388, 388 Reed Road, Building 2, a flick of the wrist. Also right there with, it's in the same building as the Delco Axe House. I myself, Mel Thompson from Enlightened Spirit, and Lena Chierno will be doing readings there from 6:30 to 9. There is a paint project for anybody who's interested in painting. You can come paint. You can get a psychic reading from me or Mel. We'll be reading people. Lena will be reading animals. So you can bring a photo of your pet, and Lena can tell you what's going on with that animal, and she can tell you, why they're acting the way they're acting, if they're misbehaving for some reason, driving you a little crazy, if they got something going on. Lena is awesome. So ask her about it. You can send me a message, or you can do, send me a text if you would like to reserve a time for a psychic reading tomorrow. We are doing appointments, but we also will have walk-ins if anybody walks in. But unfortunately, guys, with walk-ins, we can only do as many as we can in the time allowed. That's why we're encouraging people to make appointments ahead of time so that you can make sure you get what you need. So again, you can give me a call or a text, 856-449-9099 if you are going to be in the Broomall area tomorrow and would like a psychic reading for either yourself or your pet, or you can just come out, try to walk in. You can come try the paint project if you want. Readings are $30 for 15 minutes. The paint project is an additional $20 for anybody who's interested. Also, this week, Thursday, is the Special Angels game night at the Awaken Center in the Plymouth Meeting Mall. So at 6 p.m., we will be doing that. Due to the holidays, this will be our last game night of 2024. So please come out, enjoy us, have some fun with us. Shauna in Lehighton, Alabama is here with us today. Hi, Shauna. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today?
Just anything that you're drawn to and about my current situation, is it going to get better and what to expect?
Okay. Give me a second. I will pull some cards. So I'm feeling a couple things. First thing I'm going to ask, because I'm feeling you got a couple things going on. I feel like some relationship issues going on, but I also feel some medical issues going on with you. Is that accurate?
The relationship? No, my relationship. It's okay.
Okay. Well, this may not be a okay.
Okay.
Relationship. It could be family too.
Okay. Oh yeah, then that would make sense.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull some cards for you. Let's deal with this family issue first, if that's okay with you.
Yep.
So, good things. So, with the family issue and the stress I'm feeling, picking up on, first of all, this is not only for Shauna, this is for everybody. The holidays are upon us almost, guys. So, allow yourself to keep your boundaries. Allow yourself to stand in your power. Do not let your family make you feel less than. You have to, stand your ground. If somebody is being disrespectful to you, nicely tell them. If you've already had the conversation with your family about boundaries and, how they speak to you and they have to be more respectful, then, remind them. And if that means, you get up and leave Thanksgiving dinner, that's what it means. Protect your energy. Make sure you are mindful of how people are treating you. Do not let people treat you in ways that will harm your spirit, guys, harm your emotions. It's not good. Shauna, specifically for you, Archangel Raphael is coming here. And he wants you to call on him. And he is our healing angel. So Archangel Raphael is the archangel of healing. He helps heal us spiritually, emotionally, and physically. So he says, you know, you can call on him. One of the great reasons why I love working with the angels is me personally, I'm really bad with names. It takes me a long time to get people's names right. So the great thing about the angels is if you call them the wrong name, they don't care. They'll still come help you. So if you remember to call on Raphael to help you with this family tension, then that's great. Or you can just say, angels, help me be able to handle this. Help me be able to know how to talk to them. Help me be able to know how to keep everything flowing in a positive manner. Again, he says he's here to help you. He says when you feel stressed, just call on him, ask him for a little extra help. The other thing they want you to know, and this is really hard, is they want you to have some patience. They say that not only are you growing, but it feels like you've got about 4 family members who are currently going through a little bit of growing pains themselves, trying to figure out their own emotions, trying to figure out where they're supposed to be and how they're supposed to react and treat people. So, you know, the angels are saying have some patience with them. Be mindful that, you know, everybody's going through something. And even if they're family and they're related, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to tell you everything they're going through or share their deepest, darkest fears with you.
Right.
So just be mindful that they got stuff, you know, renting this out space in their head too, that kind of might make them a little extra squirrely for you in the next month or so. So good news, bad news. Good news is you get a warning that they might be a little extra squirrely. Bad news is they might be a little extra squirrely. But again, have patience. Remember, they are growing too, just like you're growing. And they're trying to figure out and navigate stuff too. And then, you know, like I said, I was picking up on some medical issues. You said that is definitely a concern for you. Now, just to make you aware, psychic readings are not a replacement for medical advice at all. You know, we can guide you and tell you what we see, but we do not replace medical advice or treatment.
Right.
So you've got like, I don't know what to call it, but you got double Archangel Raphael's coming up here, Shauna. There's a different deck, and Raphael comes up again. So he is definitely in your aura. He is definitely working with you. He says he wants you to stay positive while all this is going on. Positivity is a very good key to your healing. The other thing that is a good key to your healing is your inner authority, your inner guidance, your intuition. Listen to that. If something, you know, seems like it's not quite right, or you feel like, hey, wait, should this feel like that? Should I really check in with it? When your intuition starts putting them red flags up, pay attention. Allow yourself to trust yourself, allow yourself to come forward and know, you know, because your intuition will tell you some things that you need to tell the doctor. Your intuition will tell you some things that the doctors won't know because you are an individual person. So while, yes, many people who've went through treatment has had this XYZ response, that doesn't mean everybody is going to have it. And what I'm hearing is part of your challenge, Shauna, is that your body is extra sensitive. So different things that might take people longer, different things that may react differently with people, your body is going to be heightened and have a heightened reaction to the treatments, have a heightened reaction to the medications. So just be mindful of that. That doesn't mean not to take them, but it just means to be aware of them. Be aware, like, you know, if something is making you feel weird and you like look it up on that stupid 3-page paper that they give you at the pharmacy telling you all the side effects, but it's not listed, don't discount it and say you're crazy. You're not crazy. You're just more intuitively aware of what your body is feeling and going through. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So the other thing, I don't know, you're getting a lot of mixed blessing cards here today, Shauna. The other thing the angels want you to do is they want you to get more fresh air. They want you to get outside more. And I know it's starting to get a little chilly. At least here in PA, it's a little chilly. So I know it can be hard to get out, guys, when it's cold outside, but just bundle up and get some fresh air. What I'm hearing is you not only need the fresh air, but you need the vitamins from the sun, and you need the actual physically just being outside is going to be very good for you. And while you're out there, take some time and do some meditation, or take some time and work on some mindfulness, because that is going to also help you to heal and kind of like, give you a booster of healing by being outside. When we allow ourselves to be outside, allow ourselves to hear the messages our guides have for us, and just kind of pay attention to all the great miracles around us while we're outside, that actually increases our inner healing abilities. What I do see too, I know you said you were wondering, like, where is the light at the end of the tunnel for all this stuff? It feels like within the next 3 months, it'll start lightening up a little bit. Within the next 6 to 8 months, you're going to be like, what illness?
Awesome.
So I hope that was helpful for you today, Shauna.
Yep.
Great. Thank you for joining us. And guys, we are almost out of time already. I can't believe the show seemed to zoom right by today. Again, I will be at A Flick of a Wrist in Broomall tomorrow from 6:30 to 9:30 doing psychic readings. On Thursday at the Awaken Center at 6 p.m. we will be doing our special Angels game night. You can find me at Angels Always Around Us on my website, angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can find me on Facebook, Angels Always Around Us, or on Instagram at Angel Margaret P. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day, and I will see you all next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDSpsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, for this segment. I hope you've all had a wonderful week it's been. So we've got the full moon. It's coming up on the 6th. So for me, it's going to be the 16th of the 11th at 8:28 a.m. So if you are in America or the other side of the world, it'll be more the 15th for you. So this full moon is in Taurus and is going to be conjuncting Uranus. So this is going to bring up some unexpected energy. So it can be, and it's going to be also opposing, so we've got Uranus also opposing the sun. So it's going to be something unexpected that could happen around the world. I always say with Uranus, we don't know what we're going to get. It could be a good surprise. It could be a not so good surprise. It can be anything that we just don't see coming. But I do feel like it's going to bring on some emotions, but we are dealing with Taurus. So I feel like it's going to trigger, I do feel it's going to trigger greed around the world, or just greed in people, but also about bringing up emotional things to do with like what makes you feel safe and secure, like finances or money changes, because unexpected happens with finances or money around the world. It also could be bringing about sort of a big instability happening around you, because Taurus like to be stable and they like to have everything solid, and this is going to really bring everything unstable, because we've got Uranus, which doesn't like stability. It's ruled by Aquarius, so it likes to be surprised and then have unexpected things. We've also got, during this full moon, we've still got that square with Saturn and Jupiter, which is bringing about some conflict or people saying the wrong things. But at the same time, we do also are in that opposition between Mercury and Jupiter as well. Which is bringing about, the square is with Saturn, and then with the opposition with Jupiter. So Jupiter is bringing in quite luck with communication, but that square is bringing in some problems with that. But we're still in that opposition between Mars and Pluto too. So we've still got a lot going on. I just feel like this full moon is going to trigger something and like activate something around the world or even in our own lives. It also could be about your home as well, because the moon represents your home in astrology too. I've also got here, there is an aspect of healing as well, because we've got some good aspects to Chiron. We've got Mercury tri-Chiron, and we've got Jupiter sextile Chiron. So let's bring some sort of healing, some sort of luck with something that's really caused you a bit of emotional pain here. So we do have that as well. And also, during this full moon, we do have a tri with the Sun and Mars, which is bringing you, I feel like a lot of confidence or boost in ego here, because we have got the Mars in Leo. So we are also getting ready for Mercury retrograde happening in over a week too. So what have we got coming up? So we got here changes, like financial changes here. I've got here finding inspiration in small places. And I feel like it's going to be very big instability with this aspect, with this full moon. We've got here find what makes you secure. There could be things on with scams. We've still got some opposition, some things happening with Neptune there. So I just feel like things are sort of scams. Plus we've got Saturn going direct today. So Saturn's going to be coming in its full force in Pisces. So do be careful any scams or like all about things, mental health could be a thing that comes up as well. We've got here emotionally in charge. That's sort of about what values, what you value, what makes you feel secure. Even like what safety as well could be coming in that too. I've got here the greed will show. People standing in their power. So I feel like this is going to be forcing people to stand in their power. It also could be bringing up what you're scared and facing fears as well, with that opposition with the Sun. Things unfolding. So I feel like you find more things unfolding about certain situations. There's a hunger and a greed here. A sense of just unsettled. And I've got here charm your way through things. So any issues coming up, I feel like just charm your way, talk your way out of it. Be very resilient and try to just be positive. That's what I've got coming up. So let's see. We go to a caller. So we do have Tammy, who's in Missouri. So it's Spicard, Missouri in America. So hi, Tammy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. How can I help you today?
Just a general reading.
Okay, cool. Let's have a look, see what we go. So you wish to connect to Tammy. I just like with you, everything's up and down. I just get like up and down. Things are very up and down. I also get like neat and tidy. So I don't feel like things can be very neat and tidy. I also get like neat and tidy as well. I feel like with you, there's a sense of, I don't know if you're being stubborn or you're being pushed to do something you don't want to do. I just see you like someone trying to push you forward, but you're not moving forward. And I just feel like, I don't know if it's you're being stubborn or not. So let's try and break this up. So let's look at like finances, look at money, and then we'll look at relationships for you. Okay. When I look at money, I feel like I'm like you're happy. Like finances, either they've improved or they're improving with you. I feel like there's a sense of like happy or it's easy going there as well. I feel like things are looking better for you. like you're coming through something and you're coming out of it. And I want to go by December, you're feeling quite like you're happy, like you've achieved something here too. And I feel like things are looking on the up. I do sense that also there's something here about like wanting, I feel like also about wanting more stability as well though at the same time too. I also feel like you're very loved about, your family love you a lot. There's a lot of love I feel like coming around from your family from you, like you're very treasured as well. I also see you standing in your power. I want to go to January, like you're ready to, if you feel more like empowered, more encouragement here in January. But I just want to look at finances for you. I feel like that everything is kind of okay. And I go to the family and I feel like you're very loved with the family as well. Because someone keeps on telling me that you're stubborn. So I do feel like maybe you're a little bit stubborn. That's what someone keeps on hearing, you're stubborn. And it's something here that you won't budge on. And I feel like, I don't know what this is a relation to, but I feel like you need to be a little bit more lenient or tolerant with someone. I feel like there's someone pushing your buttons or they're getting on your nerves. And it's like, I don't know if it's you or them, but someone needs to be more flexible in this situation or let bygones be bygones. And it's like water under the bridge as well, I feel like, with this situation. Does this make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I have a niece that kind of stubborn with.
Oh, like a niece? Okay. I just feel like whatever this is about, I just feel like it has, like, things having has to be let go. It's just like let it go. I don't know what it's about or what's going on, but I just hear like let it go. And like, I don't think it will change. So I feel like it's just going to have to be forgotten about or let it go as well.
Okay.
I also see travel with you too. I do see like next year, I do see a plane. So I do feel like there's just travel. I see a plane traveling at night time. I'm just trying to see if it's like international or domestic. But I was hearing international. So I do feel like I do see a big plane. So I do feel like there is some sort of trip or a holiday coming up next year for you. But I feel like you're traveling at night time. So I see you like at the plane going off in the dark at night. But I don't know if it's for business or no, I feel like this is more of a holiday. Could be more of a holiday that's coming up for you too. I'm not quite sure exactly where you're going, but I feel like wherever it is, it's a city location. Like I feel like I'm in a city. I mean, you're already in America, so I am seeing a city like New York, but you're already in America. Maybe it's like Japan. Don't know, but I just feel like I'm in a city, some kind of city location. I'm not really seeing beach, but I feel like there's a lot of things to do where you are, and it is like fun times. So I keep on hearing next year. So I do feel like there's that coming up for you next year as well. Do you have any questions for me?
On love relationships, is there anything that you see?
Let's have a look. You got someone around you at the moment? Like you're with someone now?
I'm not with anybody now.
Okay, I do see a man around you, and I do see also like a proposal. So the man that I am seeing, I feel like that he's not like scrawny and skinny, but maybe he sort of works out a little bit, looks after himself, because I see like a little bit of broadness, but he's not, like it's not nothing to do with being big or overweight, but perhaps he does a lot of lifting or something for his work, or he's just more of a solid man. But it's in a good way. And I see like light coloured hair, and I do feel like he's Caucasian, and I do feel like he's American. He may be more from the southern, maybe more from the south. I'm not too sure, but he's wearing jeans, and then he's got like a shirt, like a buttoned up shirt, and I don't know, with this man, I do see a proposal with him. So I feel like if you haven't met him yet, he's yet to come into your life. So I do feel like there is someone to come in. I kind of feel like this man looks a little bit dreamy. Like, I don't know, I'm hearing like he looks dreamy. So I'm not sure what that means. So I do feel like maybe good looking, but I feel like fair complexion. I feel like this man is handy, like with his hands. I feel like he can, like he's got like a tool belt, or he has like measuring tape. What do you call it when it's in a toolkit? What men use to measure things. Just say measuring tape. So I do feel like there's like, he's quite handy, and I don't know, this man comes to you. So I just feel like you don't have to do anything. This man will just sort of come to you.
Okay.
So, yeah. I'm not sure when this man comes.
Oh,
sorry?
Okay, so sorry. I was going to say, do I have anybody around me, like people that have passed?
Passed? Yeah, I did feel that I had someone before that was telling me, that was the person telling me you're stubborn. I do feel like quickly they are a man, and I feel like that they're up by your side. They're with you through thick and thin. This person, I feel like, keeps their cards a bit close to their chest. They don't like to reveal everything, but they treasure you a lot, and they are very close to you. But this person's like a hugger; they give you a hug. But this person's like always on your side. I don't know if it's like a partner or you had a relationship with this person, but I feel like it's like very close to you with this person. But you've got a male there around you at the moment that I sense. So thank you for calling in today. I hope I've helped you today.
Yes, thank you so much.
It's okay. So everybody, if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. In a few weeks, I will be going to New Zealand for a fair over there at the end of the month, which is exciting. But you can contact me for a reading. My Facebook is Lady D Psychic Parties. My website is the same, Lady D Psychic Parties. My YouTube is called Lady D or Danielle Psychic. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and then my TikTok is just Lady D Psychic. So if you want to contact me for a reading, you definitely can. As I said, I will be in New Zealand at the end of the month for a fair there. So it'll be the last day of November, first day of December. There's going to be some free workshops there as well.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from BrandyCahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas, and welcome to Stellar Parenting with Brandy. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. I'm super passionate about helping parents, teachers, and guardians combine and mix the magic of the stars with the art of intentionally and consciously raising our children. You can find me at brandycon.com, and if you'd like to be a caller on the show, join my Facebook group, Psychology Infused Astrology, and sign up on the list. I'd love to hear from you. So for today's show, we've got a lot of fun. We will be going over the transits for the week, and boy, are they really, really good this week. We've got a lot to talk about. We will also have a few minutes for our weekly segment and the spotlight, and then there's time for a caller. So if you'd like an astrology or a tarot reading, call into the show. I'd love to hear from you. So let's begin with our transits for this week. Here we are, Tuesday, November the 19th, and it's a really big day in the astrology community because Pluto officially left the sign of Capricorn today and entered into the forward-moving progressive sign of Aquarius. Pluto will never be in Capricorn again for our lifetimes for another 240 years. And the transit of Pluto in Aquarius will last for the next 20 years. Okay, so what does Pluto and Aquarius mean for society? And moreover, what does it mean for you as an individual? So when we're talking about Pluto and astrology, Pluto is an active agent for transformation, for healing, purification, regeneration, and empowerment. Okay, so Pluto is like the god of the underworld in Greek mythology. And one of the things that Pluto does, he brings things to light that have been hidden so that change is able to occur. Now, we're talking about things that can be hidden within our psyches, limiting beliefs that we may be carrying around that we really need to release so that we can step into our power. We're also talking about information that may have been hidden from the masses. So for example, here in the US, there's a lot of buzz right now about information coming out about UFOs, extraterrestrial life forms, UAPs, that type of thing. And when we're talking about Pluto and Aquarius, let's talk about Aquarius. Now, the sign of Aquarius is the sign of awakening, revelation, change, breakthroughs, reform. And Aquarius is also the sign of society, humanity, and the masses. So one fundamental meaning that comes from Pluto being in Aquarius is power to the people. Power to the people. And how do we know this? Well, if we take a look back at other times in history when Pluto was in the sign of Aquarius, that was also one of the themes during those times. So let's talk about when Pluto was last in the sign of Aquarius. That was from 1778 all the way until 1798. And during that span, during that period of time, we had the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, and also the Age of Enlightenment. All of these things occurred the last time Pluto was in the sign of Aquarius. During those times, during those movements, there was a dismantling of social hierarchies, okay? There was also resistance to the powers that be, and there was violent responses to economic disparity. So think about how Marie Antoinette was known by her people, by the French people. She was known for her extravagant and lavish spending, her lifestyle. And she was also blamed for the financial crisis in in France. She was blamed for that. She was imprisoned in August of 1792 and executed in October of 1793. So that's just one example of how the people took their power back in a situation where they felt as if they were disenfranchised or disadvantaged to some extent by the powers that be. So when you think about the election here in the United States and you think about the issues that were at the top of the list for many voters, one of the top issues was the economy. Okay, the economy. And Senator Bernie Sanders criticized the Democratic Party for leaving behind the working class, forgetting about the working class, the blue-collar workers in this country. And prior to the election, there was a lot of outrage at the cost of living, the high cost of eggs and gasoline. And so now, if this issue is not corrected within the next few years, Pluto and Aquarius could serve as a gatekeeper for needed transformation of an old system where only those at the top are able to benefit and those at the bottom are left scrounging and suffering and having a hard time making it from day to day. And people will speak out even more and more as we really get into the energy of Pluto and Aquarius if that situation is not remedied in some way. Now, technology will also be a huge focus during the time that Pluto is in the sign of Aquarius. We'll see an advancement of technological breakthroughs. And what you want to watch out for if you are a parent with children, there's so much technology now. We've got iPhones and iPads and almost everything you can think of, right? So if there's even more technology that's on the horizon for us, you want to make sure as a parent that you're teaching your children how to use technology responsibly. So we want to make sure that our children are using technology in a way not to kind of tap out of life and isolate themselves, but instead using it in a way really to have deeper connections with other people and in some way have the benefit of community within the technology that we are using. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, watch out for more information about other life forms in our universe. Now, I did expect that there would be more information coming out about other life forms once Pluto was in Aquarius, but I was shocked here in the US last week when we had a hearing on Capitol Hill, and there was a lot of unbelievable information that came out about UAPs here in this country. So with Pluto and Aquarius now, I think there's going to be even more information that comes out, especially over the next 3 to 4 years, and especially here in the United States. Now, when many astrologers and people were thinking and talking about Pluto moving into Aquarius, there was almost this idea that we were going to waltz into the age of Aquarius and there would be peace, light, and love for everyone, and everything would just be better, just like that, instantaneously. And I don't think that that's going to be the way that things happen with Pluto and Aquarius. I mean, we still have conflicts in the Middle East. We still have conflicts, with Ukraine and Russia. So it looks like there may be a period of time where certain societal structures will be challenged so that they can be revamped and reformed, transformed, and reborn in some way. So this is going to be a major period of time, ladies and gentlemen, where we as a people can step into our power and demand something different. We can step into the power of Pluto and demand something different. So those are the highlights for Pluto and Aquarius. It's going to be an interesting 20 years, so buckle up your seatbelts. That's all I can say about that. Now on Thursday, November 21st, we will have the sun moving out of Scorpio and into the fire sign of Sagittarius. And with the sign of Sagittarius, there's the psychological need for truth, for meaning, significance, purpose, hope, and justice. So these are ideals that will really be emphasized within our society as a whole while the sun is transiting through the sign of Sagittarius. And on Thursday, November 21st, we will have the sun in Sagittarius sextiling Pluto and Aquarius. So this is an excellent time on Thursday. And for about, let's say, 3 or 4 days after Thursday, it's a great time to make changes to your environment. Anything that you've been wanting to change, it will be an excellent time to put those changes in motion. And also anything that you wanted to change about your identity or your sense of self, anything that you wanted to explore along those lines, it will be a wonderful time. So use the energy of of Sun sextile Pluto to really step into your power, to step into your autonomy, and to call forth your inner strength and to take charge of your life. And on Friday, November 22nd, we will have Venus sextile Saturn in Pisces. Now, Venus signifies our relating principles. She shows how we relate to others. She also symbolizes what we might find beautiful or aesthetically pleasing, and also money as well. And when we're talking about Saturn, we're talking about the teacher of the zodiac, and he's all about structure, order, discipline, and consistency. So when Venus sextiling Saturn, this transit will shine a positive light on the duties and obligations that we have in our relationships. So it will be a great time to sit down with a loved one or a friend and come to a mutual understanding about what you expect from each other in your relationship. And also, this is a really good transit for creative activities that require very close attention to detail. So if you are a parent that has a child, and that child has a musical or artistic competition this weekend, it might go very well in their favor. Keep that in mind. And this week for In the Spotlight, just briefly, I wanted to talk about Scorpio since we are wrapping up Scorpio season. I want to take a moment and just remind parents of Scorpio children not to use astrology to label your child, but instead really try to use astrology to understand your child and understand how their psyche works. I think out of all 12 signs, Scorpio is probably the sign that gets the most flack, man. They take a beating, they get the most heat. I've seen, internet memes where Scorpio is referred to as evil, vicious, toxic, the devil, right? But here's the secret with that. Any of the 12 signs can be toxic if they are expressed in a way that is unbalanced, okay? So when we're talking about the spectrum of Scorpio, the highest expression of Scorpio, that person will have determination, loyalty, resilience, and power. Now, if we're talking about the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to expressing Scorpio energy, then that's where things can be a little bit obsessive, maybe possessive, controlling, and there's jealousy as well, okay? So if your child has significant Scorpio placement, Sun, Moon, Rising especially, or even Mercury, Venus, and Mars to a lesser extent, and they are expressing the behaviors at the lower end of the spectrum for Scorpio, I want you to remember not to label your child as the hopeless Scorpio, okay? They have a psychological need for empowerment through transformation. Again, they have a deep need. They are here to empower themselves through changes they make, through the way that they transform themselves, through the way that they transform their lives. And how Scorpio children use their power, guess how that will be determined? That's going to be determined by the type of guidance they receive in their early years, in those childhood years, okay? So it's absolutely pivotal, and it's critical for them to establish strong spiritual values while they are young, okay? Because when these children learn to use their power in a positive way, their influence can really help others make transformational changes. And many times what I've noticed about my clients with really strong Scorpio placements, they go through really tough life experiences, sometimes very challenging life experiences. And after going through those experiences, they are able to transform themselves and to step into their power. And then because they've been there, done that, they are then able to turn around and help other people and guide other people who are going through the tough and challenging experiences, because they're doing it from a place of, I've been there, I understand, let me help you. And let me tell you, that is extremely powerful, very powerful. So instead of giving your child or even other people in your life, it can be your siblings, friends, other people who have strong Scorpio placements, instead of giving them messages that they are broken or that they are somehow naturally defective because they were born with their sun, moon, or rising in the sign of Scorpio, that's not what you want to do. What you want to tell them instead is, you are powerful. I love to see you stand in your power. I love the way you radiate when you are in your power. And you are here to change the world. You are here to do wonderful and amazing things. And for any of my listeners, if you have your sun, moon, or rising in the sign of Scorpio, the same goes for you. And I just want to speak to you for a minute. You are here to really expand on your sense of power. You are here to stand in your power, and you are here to share that sense of empowerment with other people around you. So that's for all of my Scorpio listeners, those of you with children who may have significant placements in the sign of Scorpio. I know that you guys really catch it from what I see out of all 12 signs, and my heart goes out to you for that. And I wonder how difficult it must be to constantly hear negative things about, who people perceive you to be or who people think that you are. Okay? So that is my message for all of you Scorpios out there. I wish you the best, love, light, peace, everything. Stand in your power and don't be afraid to step into your power. Okay? And now we will go to our caller. We have Carol, who is on the line. Hello, Carol.
Hi, I'm here. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good.
How are you? Good, good. Nice to hear from you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Sure.
Yes, and would you like an astrology reading or a tarot reading today?
Astrology.
Oh, you look awesome. And you know your time of birth?
Yeah, yes, I was born at 8. Let me think of that. Yes, 8:15 on December 25th, 1968. 8:15 in the morning.
Okay. You said 1968?
Yes.
Okay, and then what's the city?
Chicago Heights, Illinois.
All right, let me just pull you right up and give me just a second, Carol.
Sure.
So are you still in Chicago Heights right now?
No, I live in Cedar Lake, Indiana now.
Indiana, okay. Yeah. Well, how is it in Indiana right now? What's the weather like there?
It is beautiful, 65 and sunny. It was a little cloudy this morning, but I was out taking the cat for a walk in the sun, and I've got daisies blooming. We haven't had any much cold weather. I got some, even a petunia popped up this morning. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So is that normal for this time of year?
No, it's not. We've had abnormally warm fall, and they're predicting not a lot of snow this winter in this part of the country.
Yeah, quite interesting. Yeah. Well, I've got you pulled up here, Carol, and just let me make sure we've got December 25th, 1968 in Chicago Heights at 8:15 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. Okay, great. So what I see for you, I do see that your sun is in the sign of Capricorn. You also have Capricorn rising, and Mercury in Capricorn.
Yes, I have a son. Wow, that's amazing because I have a son that was born on the same day, Christmas Day, but 1990. We were both born on, that's why my name's Carol. I named him Nicholas. We were both born on Christmas Day, yes.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. And I have another son too, but that one, the newspaper came out, took a picture of us.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's wonderful. Yeah. And I do see that we have your moon in the sign of Pisces. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I want to start off, let's start off with the moon just for a second, because the moon shows us a lot about our feelings, emotions, what makes us feel safe, nurtured, and how we like to nurture others. Now, almost every client that I've had with moon in Pisces, they tend to be extremely sensitive, energetically sensitive, and emotionally sensitive. Is that true for you?
Yes, very true. In a lot of ways, in all my senses, yes.
Yes, and I see that
and I'm sensitive at the other people. Go ahead, other people's energies too.
Yes. Okay. Yes. And I would actually say, Carol, that you're probably quite intuitive. You know, you're talking about other people's energies. It looks like you've got probably, strong potential to develop your intuition in a strong way.
Yes, I'm getting better.
Yes. And I know right here, I noticed that your moon is conjunct Chiron, and I just want to talk about that for a second, because Chiron is an asteroid, and Chiron usually shows up where we may be a little bit vulnerable, where we might have a little bit of work to do, or there's just a little bit of a soft spot. So with the moon conjunct Chiron, I would say that maybe you've had these strong emotions or strong intuitive insights for your entire life, and it may not have always been the most comfortable to experience these.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. Were you a child who, by any chance, that maybe saw things that other people didn't, or did experience things or felt things?
Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah. I sensed a spiritual presence in the house I was born, grew up in. And that was the only house I sensed it in. Other places I lived, I haven't had it. I knew there was something not good in the house. And nobody else noticed it but me.
That's what it looks like.
I take that back. My mom did a little.
Your mom did as well. Okay. Yeah. I'm seeing that here. And mom or the moon also can represent our mother or the maternal line in our family. So the fact that we've got moon in Pisces conjunct Chiron, that would also kind of lean towards mom may have had the same level of sensitivity. And actually you may have gotten it from her. Does that make sense?
I believe my mother was my soulmate. And my best friend, and she's been gone 20 years. And when she left, she took part of me with her. Yes, absolutely true.
Wow. And it's so interesting that you call your mother your soulmate, because we do have that moon conjunct Chiron, actually conjunct your North Node as well. And with when I'm doing synastry charts, I can usually tell if someone has a soul connection to someone else if there is like a placement that's close to the North Node. So with moon, I would say in close proximity to the North Node, it almost looks like mom who's the soulmate, or mom who I've had a connection with before at another time. You understand?
Yeah, when I say soulmate, I mean we've lived other lives, many lives together.
Yes. Yeah, I see that here. Now let's take a look at your sun, because you've got your sun in the earth sign of Capricorn. Now Capricorn is, the first sign of winter. It's cold outside. So Capricorn tends to be a colder sign. They tend to be much more pragmatic and grounded. And with Capricorn, there's a psychological need for achievement or advancement. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I have, but what's interesting is we've got your sun in the 12th house. So was Dad either not emotionally available or was he physically gone?
Gosh, absolutely. To this day, he can't talk. He tried to have a relationship with his father. They don't in the same wavelength, their mindset. They're different people. And he hasn't had a good father figure in his life ever.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I divorced his father. I divorced his father when he was only 1 year old because he was on drugs. And the stepfather didn't do a good, you're right on, right about that, yes.
Now, and if I want to talk about your father as well, so would your dad have been either emotionally not available or physically not present?
He wasn't a typical father, but he loved me very much and did what he could. But he was a little emotionally absent. I had clinging to my mother, and that's how it went. But there was no negative. He's a very hardworking, loving man. Just didn't know how to show love. His way of showing love was to spend money on me, and that's a little different. Yeah, which I understand now. At the time, it's a little hard growing up. Yeah.
And that makes sense. And, we've got your sun, your SUN, in the 12th house. And usually when I've got a client with sun or moon, especially in the 12th house, they've got a tremendous amount, again, of sensitivity. And I always advise those clients to make sure that they are taking time out every day by themselves. So you need time alone every day, even if it's just a little time to take a walk or to meditate.
Yes, I do.
You're so sensitive when it comes to other people's feelings and emotions that we've got to make sure that you're staying in tune with your own feelings and emotions. You understand?
I don't have many friends. Right. I don't have many friends. I'm pretty much a hermit and a loner. I do have time to myself. And I have a husband and my 19-year-old, which is born in February, but living with us. But yes, I have a lot of time to myself, and it's very important. I distance myself from friends, yes.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Carol, we only have a few seconds left. I just want to add for you, your North Node is in the 2nd house. So part of your life purpose and mission here is really to learn about valuing yourself, also about having your own source of income or money where you're not dependent on someone else financially.
I am. That's absolutely true. I bought a house and a car all by myself. Nobody helped me.
Proud of you. Way to go, Carol. And thank you so much for calling in today. Okay.
Thank you. You are so correct. Thank you. I would recommend you to anyone. Have a great night.
Thanks. You too. And thank you, everyone, for joining me on this cosmic journey today. Remember, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. Keep shining bright and let your inner light lead the way.
Psychic Radio Network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours and all the different weather events and things like that are going on around the world. Wouldn't it be nice to just have a time where we could just exhale and say that the world's perfect? I don't know whether we'll ever live long enough to see that, but we can always live in hope, can't we? So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is a really positive one. It's it's one of my favourites. It's called the Star. Now, it's brightness and hope, and we could all do with a little bit of brightness and hope in our world at the moment. Could bring excesses, so be careful not to become too greedy. Now, sometimes when we have things in our lives that may be a little bit in excess, we sometimes then forget to sort of share it around or sort of put some away for a rainy day. And remember that there was times in our lives where we didn't necessarily have as much as what we've got today. So it's a time to sort of, count your blessings. Yes, by all means, if you're lucky enough to have sort of brightness and happiness in your life, which I hope everybody has to some degree, then make sure that you count your blessings and make sure that, if you've got a little bit of surplus of money, either donate some to a charity or put some away for a rainy day or just buy yourself that little special extra treat. I mean, we're coming up to the very busy time of the year and a very expensive time of the year with Christmas looming. So I know that, people are looking for ways to make a little bit of extra money, and maybe this is just the indication that if you look a little bit harder, there might be some way there of bringing a little bit of extra money into your life at the moment. But just be careful that, as you can see on the card there, she is tipping out the water out of the jugs into the pond, that, she's got more than what she needs. So, if you've got more than what you need, make sure you share a little bit with someone else. So it's a really, really big week astrologically this week. And I'm going to start this way and say, well done to everybody as we've navigated our way through Pluto in Capricorn since 2008. It seems like a marathon. Well, hold on to your hat. We're ready for the next marathon as Pluto has just moved into Aquarius, and it will be there for the next 20 years. Yes, you heard me right, the next 20 years. So it's going to be 2044 before we see it move into Pisces. If we're all still with us and I'm still on the show, then that'll be amazing in another 20 years' time. So that then we'll be talking about, Pluto moving into Pisces. But Pluto into Aquarius, look, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be written over the years about how Pluto actually works in Aquarius. What does it mean for each and every one of us, no matter what your star sign is? I've been in astrology for a very, very, very long time now, and I can honestly say to you, this is one of the ones that stumped me a little bit. How do I describe Pluto in Aquarius? I understand the energy of Pluto and I understand the energy of Aquarius, but how do you marry those two together that it in some way becomes a very personal thing and explaining to people how this is going to work? Now, the first thing that I want to be very clear on, when a major planet or a slow-moving planet like Pluto is moving into a sign in that first period of time, now bearing in mind he's going to be here for 20 years, so we're probably looking at in the first 18 months to 2 years of Pluto moving into Aquarius is where the intensity is going to be felt. It's going to be sort of like, oh my goodness, here we go. This is what it means. This is what it means for me personally. It wasn't what I was expecting. How do I maneuver my way around it? What's the best plan of attack? How do we gain the maximum benefit out of it? And then he will sort of settle down into a more consistent sort of routine, I suppose, in a sense where we get used to the energy and it's sort of not as daunting as it is as he first moves in. So, and then again, in 20 years' time, as we're coming to the end of it, we'll feel that real ramp up of energy before he makes his exit. So Pluto is the planet of transformation. Pluto rules the underworld. It rules anything that needs to be transformed in our life. Now, lessons of Pluto are slow, deliberate, and definite. They are lessons that you will never forget. They're not something that you can turn around and say, oh, well, I've learnt that and we move on to something else next week. Pluto's effects are a lifetime. It sort of, it starts to shape our personality. It shapes how we deal with the world, how we make decisions moving forward, things like that. Lessons under Pluto are lessons that are never, ever forgotten. Now, with the Aquarian energy is a fixed energy. So it means that they can be stubborn and pig-headed. They don't necessarily like change unless they instigate it, and that's the Aquarian energy. So this means each and every one of us, no matter what your star sign is, we've got a plan of attack. We've got a life that's going on and we've got some things going on that we really don't want to change. or things that we're very comfortable with, or become very stubborn and pig-headed when someone suggests maybe we can look at it in a different way. We get our back up and say, oh, no, I'm not doing that, or no, that's not right for me, or whatever, without even giving it any thought. Now, that's going to be the difficult bit here with Pluto in Aquarius, because no matter what your sign is, our automatic response is going to be, oh, that doesn't affect me, or I don't want it that way, or I'm not going to do that. So I'm concerned that with Pluto here sort of saying, well, okay, if you want to be this stubborn, then I'll intensify the lesson until you really grasp it, until you really sort of get hold of what I'm trying to share with you. So we have to all be very careful of that, is sort of say, okay, look, let me think about it. Don't just automatically say no, because that's your automatic response. Sort of have a different approach to it maybe. The Aquarian energy also is about being sort of very guarded about our emotions. A lot of people say to me, Aquarians are cold. They have no feeling. Well, that's not true. They just don't wear their heart on their sleeve. They do have very strong feelings, and they feel things in the pit of their stomach. They just don't necessarily share it with the world or share a response with the world. So again, I'm coming back to, are we going to become a society where we sort of become blasé to things like shootings or weather events or things that happen that sort of, oh, well, that's not our problem. So we sort of emotionally detach and sort of don't seem as if we care. That could be a real concern. That is something that we could do. We could sort of all automatically sort of say, well, that's someone else's problem, or it doesn't affect me, or I'm not going to allow it to affect me. And that's a real concern, because I don't want us to see us to lose our empathy and our humanity towards people that are struggling or in trouble or might need a hand, or just being a good human being. The other part of the Aquarian energy is the love that is given. It's the Leo energy is the love we give. The Aquarian energy is the love we receive. Now, quite often, people sort of say to me, well, what's a catchphrase you can say for Aquarians? And I say, well, they know everything. They sort of tend to sort of be able to talk on any subject, and if they don't know the answer, they still know everything. That, they can be seen as a little bit of a know-it-all sort of energy. So again, I want to stress, no matter what your star sign is, don't come across as if you know everything. If you're not an expert on the subject, then maybe sort of say, look, this is my opinion, or this is how I look at it, not necessarily come across as an authority. I think it's going to be very interesting as Uranus unfolds, as we see that Pluto unfolds in Aquarius, that how we do things and how we look at things in our lives, because it's going to be a very, very interesting concept. Yes, obviously it's going to affect Aquarians more than it's going to affect the rest of us, and the opposite sign of Leo, and it's going to affect the other air signs, which is Gemini and Libra, but not so much. But it's really, really going to transform the Aquarian lifestyle and the Aquarian landscape. So all I can say to Aquarians is hold on to your hat, buckle in. I know what I went through when Pluto was in Sagittarius, and, and I thought I had a good grip on it. And let me assure you, I didn't quite have the grip that I thought I did, or the knowledge or the understanding, even for all my work in astrology. But what I can say to you is, be prepared for the ride of your life. Some things will be good and some things not so good. So, as long as you're being true to yourself and you're working with the energy to the best of your ability, that's all that Pluto can ask. And if he brings along changes in your life, embrace them. Maybe unconsciously you've been ready for this change for some time. So that's a really important thing. So let's get back to the normal part of the astrology, where we talk about happy birthday to the Scorpios. We're in the last couple of days of Scorpio. It's been an interesting time in the Scorpio energy, hasn't it? We've seen elections around the world and people are still sort of saying, I don't know how that happened. Well, people voted people in, and that's how it happens. That's how elections happen. But it's also been a time where we're starting to see weather events starting to ramp up. Weather seems to be sort of changing. There seems to be more water around than what there was, and people are talking more about climate change. And I know we've been talking about climate change for a long time, but it seems to be in this last month, it seems to be back in the news cycle again, where people are sort of starting to talk about it again. And Scorpio does rule water, so I just think it's interesting that people are starting to talk about it again. So Mercury's in Sagittarius. And what that means for each and every of the 12 star signs is that we have to be very careful at how we communicate. make sure that we don't get aggressive, we don't get cranky, because the Sagittarian energy is fiery, can be outspoken, sort of doesn't sort of really think quite often before they open their mouth. It just sort of comes tumbling out. And I'm a Sag, I should know. I know all about things, not thinking about things. I've tried to learn to think about it over the years so that my communication is clear and everybody can understand it. But it doesn't matter what your star sign is. Sometimes we get so passionate about something that we get so focused on it, it just comes out and we don't sort of edit it or think about it. We just blurt it out like a child does. They're very open, they're very honest. They just blurt something out and that's the way it is. And that's the energy that's sitting around communication at the moment, is just being able to blurt things out. Now, Mercury is actually opposing, which means it's its opposite side of the chart, is Jupiter in Gemini. Now, Jupiter in Gemini is going to be there till about February next year. Jupiter is actually going retrograde at the moment. So Jupiter is sort of affecting how fire signs are thinking at the moment, in as much, Jupiter's affecting the air signs and Mercury is affecting the fire signs. So we'll go back through those. The fire signs are Aries, Leo, Sag. The air signs are Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. So again, that air sign sort of connection. So it's a time there where we need to be very careful about what we communicate about. If we want to try and get a new project off the ground, we need to make sure that we've got the information there. If we're going to go into a meeting, don't go in there half-armed. Go in there with as much information as you can. They'll stop you if they think you're talking too much or you're trying to give them too much information, but make sure that you're articulate, that you're clear in what you want to achieve, because, Mercury is sort of saying it's great, there's some brilliant ideas coming up at the moment, but make sure they're formulated. Don't go in there before something's really ready to be presented, just because you've had this brilliant idea. Go away and think about it and formulate it a little bit more. Really, really important. So we still have quite a bit of emphasis sitting in Pisces. We still have Neptune, the planet of illusion and delusion, which rules Pisces, is still there till the end of the year. So Neptune is sort of doing his final little dance there, sort of helping to keep the creative juices flowing, particularly for Pisceans, as it is for other water signs. So the other water signs are Cancer and Scorpio. The opposite sign is Virgo. So, but Pisceans have really been getting, really very structured in the last few years with, Neptune there bumping up the creativity, but Saturn, also the planet of discipline and structure, has been in Pisces as well. So it's sort of like, bringing structure to the creative side of people. And I have lots of Pisces friends and family members, and it's been really interesting to see them sort of not so much grow up, but sort of grow into their real Pisces creative side, where that they're sort of doing things and they're planning things and they're looking at different ways to sort of maximize their creativity. And it's almost like they've gone from teenagers into adults, and it's really lovely to see. Finally, I want to wrap up the astrology section with Uranus. Now, we've talked about Uranus many, many times here on the show. Uranus is like the Tower card in the tarot. It's the unusual or the unexpected. Uranus is also retrograde until February 2025. Now, Uranus is in Taurus, so it's in an earth sign. So Uranus is sort of asking all the Taurians and the Virgos and the Capricorns that you've got to sort of stop being so fixed and rigid. Be flexible with your plans. Look at things that might need to change in your life. If you're not prepared to make changes, let me assure you, Uranus will come along like a bolt of lightning, strike the ground, and create changes in a matter of seconds or minutes. And you won't be able to go back to the way things were before. And this will be because you're not working with the energy of Uranus. Uranus will give you so long and then you say, right, that's it, had enough of this. Time for change. So be very careful about things that you may be putting off in your life or ignoring or avoiding or something like that, because you can be a little bit stubborn and pig-headed and know everything and sort of, a little bit like an Aquarian in that way. You can be very fixed and rigid on how you perceive your life should be going, where Uranus might see it in a different way and say, well, look, you've been stuck in this rut for a very, very long time. It's time now to break free of that. I'm going to give you the opening for that. So try and work with the energy. None of these energies are anything to be feared. It's about something about working with the energy, understanding why things are changing in your life, and go with the flow. Don't try and swim against the tide. It's much easier to be a log and float down the river than it is to try and go up the river the wrong way. And that's what life is all about. And when you understand these cycles and you work with them, it does make life so much easier. So we're going to take our first call, which is Charlesia in Nashville in Tennessee. What a very pretty name, Charlesia. How can I help you today?
Hi, thank you so much. I would just love any message from a highest and greatest good, please.
Okay, all right. The first thing that they're showing me is, why do you feel like you've hit a roadblock? Is that how you feel at the moment in your life? It's like you were hurtling along nicely and then all of a sudden, bang, stop. It's like, I've got to stop and take a little bit of notice of where I'm going. Is that how you're feeling at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, look, they're showing me that this was very necessary. Look, what I want to say to you is sometimes we can be ahead of our own timetable, if I can put it that way. That, you know, you did your lessons, you learnt them really well, you did them fast, and then all of a sudden it's like, we've got to get you to a stop and say, let everything catch up before we go into the next part of things. I think you should be really proud of yourself. If you're one of the rare people I can say that you've been, you know, you've done all your lessons so well that they're giving you a rest. That's great. They are showing me, though, that, look, you know, obviously it's going to get busy between now and the end of the year, but what they're showing me is the early part of 2025 is when your life for you personally is going to start to ramp up. Have you been thinking about a potential job change in the new year? Because that's what they're showing me.
Okay. Yeah, I've been toggling back and forth between a couple of things.
Yeah. Well, they're showing me the strongest time of that is in the new year. They're not saying don't get prepared or take, you know, some extra training on or whatever, but be ready somewhere between sort of February to April is when it's at its strongest, when you'll find what it is that you're looking for. There's no point in changing your job to just be back in something very similar to what you're doing and be back in this position in 6 months. We want the next change to be something that you can grow into, something that has potential for, you know, promotions and things like that. The other thing that they were showing me was question marks over where you're living. So is that the fact that you're thinking of moving, or are you thinking of making some changes there? And sometimes they just show me that, you know, and it can be something as simple as I'm buying a new couch, but, you know, they show it to me as a change.
Yeah, we have definitely been cleaning up around the area and thinking about possibly moving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be in the first part of next year. I think it's going to be a bit like the job situation. It'll come into your mind and then it'll go away and then it comes back and then it goes away. But somewhere around May through to July is when I think the decision will be made. And I do actually think you will move. But I feel it'll be a very calculated decision. You know, like it's something that you sit down and you just talk about as a family. And, you know, we really sort of want to get this next part right as well. It's like 2025 is about any major decisions that are being made are not just short term, they're for the longer term. So, you know, we've got to be very careful at the choices and the decisions that we make sure that they stand the test of time for a number of years. But when you say you're going to move, I didn't feel you were going to move out of the area, though. I didn't feel you were going to leave Tennessee. I still felt you would stay in Tennessee, but just sort of move a little bit further away from where you are.
Yeah, more into the woods.
Yeah, and it feels good. It feels really good. So you said going into the woods. So looking to do that, besides, you know, making the family a lot happier, is there something that you're planning to do? And I'm not talking about your day job, but are you planning to take on board something or start up a little hobby business or something connected with the move? Because I'm seeing something to come out of that as well.
I would love to run a bed and breakfast one day. Right. But that's like a dream.
Yeah, but maybe what we've got to look at in this first part of the move is keeping that in the equation as well, even if it's not the right time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like maybe getting enough land where maybe you can put another dwelling on or something like that to realise that dream a bit further down the track or something.
Yes, exactly.
They were showing me income to be made in the future from the move.
Okay.
As a business thing, not the increase in the house price. They were sort of showing me that, and they were saying to me sort of like, don't lose sight of that dream. Do you know what I mean? That's got to be a major part of the move as well, if that makes sense. Not just what suits the family. It's like a two-pronged move. Yes, we need a bigger house and, you know, more room for the family to spread out. But then this is also equally as important, but not just yet. You know, we've got to keep the whole picture together, if that makes sense. But look, I think it's very exciting. I'm really good. So enjoy the rest.
It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
put your feet up, watch a couple of movies, and get ready for next year, because it's going to be so busy. You'll look back and say, "Gee, I wish I'd sat down a bit more." But that's okay. You like being busy. That's good.
Yep.
So I hope that's helped you. And we're going to move on now with Haley in Chandler in Arizona. Are you there, Haley?
Hello.
Hi, Haley. Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
I just am I going to still be with the same person that I'm with?
Okay. All right. Do you mind sharing with me just their first initial of their first name, please, Haley, so I can make sure I tune in?
Yeah, it's
darling?
T.
T. Okay, great. Thank you. Really, really interesting, because the energy I'm picking up around that person is that I don't know that they know what they want. It's like one minute they want this, the next minute they want that, and it's sort of like it's very confusing to try and keep up with their aspirations, their dreams, and what they want. Would it be fair to say that they have trouble committing to the relationship?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the energy I'm picking up. It's not that they're unhappy with you. It's like, I get so far and I freeze.
Yeah, I mean, we're like in a distant relationship for 4 more years. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that doesn't help the relationship when you're not, around the corner from each other and can sort of, gauge each other's facial expressions. It's always harder in a long distance one. Look, I know it's better today. We've got video chats and all that sort of stuff, but it still doesn't replace being in the room with someone, does it?
No.
Look, I don't feel that he wants to end the relationship. I'm just going to say to you that, he goes so far and then he stops, and then he'll come so far again and then he stops. It's like you're going to have to get used to that stop-start sort of energy with him. It's sort of like he hits the panic button, that everything's going great, that it's almost like he's expecting it's going to fall over. So he stops and waits for that, what might happen. So this seems to be very entrenched in him from his past. So I think we've got to be patient. We've got to help him work through that. And when he gets to these points where he's distant and sort of pulls away from you, don't sort of keep saying what's wrong, because all you're doing is exacerbating the situation. Try and maneuver yourself in a different sort of way, and sort of, like if he's being a bit distant, then I'd write bigger text messages or send emails or, send more smiley faces or something like that, to just let him know that, from your end, everything's okay. And I think that will sort of slowly start to penetrate to him that, hang on a minute, this is not a bad situation. There's nothing for me to panic about. There's nothing for me to sort of pull back on. So you said you've been in this long distance relationship for 4 years. Has there ever been any talk of the two of you moving closer to each other?
Oh, well, no, it's actually him being incarcerated. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that makes it
one of those things. And I mean, we kind of had issues with like trust and him cheating prior to him like going. Right. And I'm just wondering if it's even worth it to stay 5 years faithful to him until he gets out. Right. So I just having doubts.
Makes it a very tricky situation for you then, doesn't it? I mean, because, you can't sort of even have video chats or things as much as you want. Look, I think what you need to do is sort of, for the moment, not try and make a decision. Let's just see where things go in the next few months. And I think once we get into the new year, and particularly around February, March, you'll wake up one day and you'll know exactly what the answer is. It won't be that sort of, you had to sit down and agonise over it. You'll just let everything flow the best way you can at the moment and not try and force it one way or the other. Just get on with your life and sort of tell the universe that you're open to suggestion. Whatever's the right path for you to show me. Whether it's waiting for him or whether it's opening yourself up to a new relationship, don't put a definite, this is what I want on it. Just open yourself up and say to the universe, I'm in your hands, you show me. You show me what's right for me. And by that, then you'll start to see things will become a lot clearer. I mean, look, I don't doubt that he loves you, but if the fact that if he wasn't faithful to you before he went inside, and then he has this real commitment phobia, it makes it really difficult to sort of turn around and say, that in the time that he's been inside, yes, he's had a lot of time to soul search and think about things. Has anything really changed? Because this may just be who he is, what he was, the skills he was born with, how he copes with things. And, you know, it's very hard for somebody that has a commitment phobia to turn around and then try and just commit to one person. It's very common. It goes hand in hand with not being faithful, because it's sort of like, oh, well, I don't have to commit. If I'm sleeping around or if I'm going whichever way the wind blows, I don't have to make decisions. Do you see what I mean? So I'm not sure that part's been fixed. I wish I could say it was, but, you know, I still see him sort of, you know, daydreaming over you, and then the next minute he shut the door again. And it's like, well, how do we keep that door open? And that's why I think the best thing to do is hand it over to the universe. And, you know, write yourself a little mantra, you know, and sort of say it every day. And you know, take notice of what the universe sort of suggests to you. You don't have to make a decision today. They were showing me sort of somewhere around February, March, you're just going to get out of bed one day and say, right, that's it. I know exactly what I'm going to do. And it'll be as automatic as brushing your teeth of a morning, and you'll know then which way to go. So up until now, Hayley, I think give yourself a little bit of breathing space and just, you know, allow yourself to say, I don't know. You know, I'm happy to go along with things for the moment, but I'm going to start looking after Hayley. And I think that's the best words of advice I can give you, is start looking after yourself, sweetie. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave it. I wish you a very happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas and all those wonderful things. So we've come to the end of the show again. Each week I always feature a song that has been either driving me nuts during the week or something that's come to me as I'm preparing for the show. This week it's a little bit different. In a couple of days' time, it'll be 7 years since we lost David Cassidy, and I'm a huge David Cassidy fan. So I'm going to leave you with one of David's most beautiful songs today. But I also want to pay respect to his drummer, Terry Cote, who made the beautiful jewellery that I'm wearing today. This is part of the Cassidy Rose collection that she made in David's honour, and beautiful bracelets and everything like that. And Terry still remains faithful to David to this day, and she makes beautiful jewellery, and she's an amazing musician. But this week I'm going to leave you with one of my ultimate favourites of David's, and no, it's not I Think I Love You. It's actually Cherish, and I think Cherish is a beautiful song that we can all get behind, that, you know, love is a beautiful thing, and we should cherish the people that are in our lives, because we never know when they're not going to be around to cherish them. So until next week, why don't you enjoy some of David Cassidy's beautiful songs? He's got so many beautiful songs out there. And I also want to pay respects to, we lost Gordon Lightfoot about 12 months ago as well, and I think he was an amazing singer and entertainer as well, and one of my favourites. And if you want a second song to listen to, you could listen to one of Gordon Lightfoot's most popular songs, which was If You Could Read My Mind, Love. What a tale it would tell. So until next week, have a great week. Enjoy David and enjoy Gordon Lightfoot. Until next week, bye for now.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology